For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.
All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the March 19th, 2025 meeting of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. It is 10 o'clock a.m. Madam Clerk, please call the roll for purposes of a quorum.
Chairman Rob Pitts.
Present.
Commissioner Bridget Thorne.
Present.
Vice Chairman Bob Ellis.
Present.
Commissioner Dana Barrett.
Present.
Commissioner Mo Ivory.
Present.
Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr. Commissioner Khadijah Abdul-Rahman.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please rise for the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we give you thanks for this day, for your continued grace and mercy upon our lives. We pray now your blessings upon those who are present. Continue now to give our leaders your direction, strength, and encouragement. It is in your name we humbly pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag. All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
On page 2, consent agenda. 250170, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the second regular meeting agenda for separate consideration. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have 2 items to be removed for separate consideration. At the bottom of page 6, Arts and Libraries, 250187. Request approval of a resolution to accept the renaming of the Storytime Room at the Alpharetta Library to Ben and Linda Statham Children's Storytime Room. And 250188. Request approval of a resolution to accept the renaming of the East Point Library to the Patsy Joe Hilliard Library at East Point. Those will be removed for separate consideration.
All right, that's it?
Yes.
All right, Commissioners, any other items? All right, motion to adopt by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 7, second regular meeting agenda, 250192, adoption of the second regular meeting agenda.
You have nothing? Commissioner Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to request to move item 25-0216.
What page?
From page 13 up to follow the MARTA update on page 8. It is a standard Invest Atlanta approval for Westside TAD, and we have somebody here from Invest Atlanta, so just to be respectful of her time, I'd love to move that up.
On page, what is it?
It's a 0216 on page 13, moving it up to follow the MARTA update, which is at the bottom of
Without
page 8.
objection. Anything else? All right, on the entertain a motion to adopt as amended, motion to do so by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Vice Chair Bob Ellis. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 250193, ratification of minutes, second regular meeting minutes, February 19th, first regular meeting post-agenda minutes, March 5th, 2025.
All right, motion to adopt by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 8, 250194, presentation of proclamations and certificates. The first proclamation is recognizing Morehouse School of Medicine Month, sponsored by Chairman Pitts for full board support.
If the members of Morehouse School of Medicine could join us up here. Thank you so much. It's my honor to be able to read this proclamation. Morehouse School of Medicine sits in my district, District 4, and Chairman Pitts asked me to go ahead and read this proclamation from the full board. Whereas Dr. Lewis Brown, an internal medicine physician in Atlanta, brought forth the idea for a new medical school to the presidents of the Atlanta University Center institutions in 1969. And whereas the Hosea Macy Jr. Foundation supported the feasibility study to investigate the idea for a new medical school, and then Morehouse College President Dr. Hugh M. Gloucester expressed interest in starting a medical school at the college. And whereas in 1975, Morehouse College recruited Dr. Lewis W. Sullivan, a Morehouse graduate, to serve as the first president and academic dean of the medical education program at Morehouse College, with a vision to diversify the healthcare workforce and provide primary health care in underserved rural and urban communities. And whereas Morehouse School of Medicine began at a single trailer on the Morehouse campus in the summer of 1978, with an inaugural class of 24 students in its 2-year medical sciences program, with the ability to transfer to 4-year institutions to complete their education. And whereas the medical school was incorporated in Georgia in 1980, officially became an independent institution in 1981, and established a 4-year medical school in 1985 as the Morehouse School of Medicine. And whereas 3,283 students, including 1,867 physicians, have graduated from Morehouse School of Medicine, and approximately 60% of the MD graduates who have completed residency are practicing not only in Fulton County, but throughout Georgia. And whereas Morehouse School of Medicine has dramatically expanded its physical footprint, academic programs, including research initiatives and physician class size, under the leadership of its first and only woman president and CEO, Dr. Valerie Montgomery Rice. Yes. And whereas it is abundantly proper and fitting that the accomplishments of this distinguished Fulton County-based institution and District 4 resident be appropriately recognized on the occasion of its 50th anniversary. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners commends Morehouse School of Medicine on its 50th anniversary for its continuing commitment to diversify the health professional and scientific workforce, increasing the health and well-being of all individuals and communities with an emphasis on underserved populations, and for 50 years of shaping the future of health equity, does hereby proclaim the month of April 2025 as Morehouse School of Medicine Month in Fulton County, Georgia. Yes, yes, yes. Can we get this moved? Oh, yes, yes, please say a speech.
Oh, yeah. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I am so proud to stand here with this delegation of supporters. Chairman Pitts, my commissioner, but all of y'all have made such a difference in the success of Morehouse School of Medicine. One of the things that we have not forgotten over these 50 years is whose shoulders we stand on. And it has only been through partnerships that we could do what we do. I think that our partnership showed up when unfortunately we had 2 hospitals to close in rapid succession without regard to who was going to be directly impacted. We showed up not just in small meetings, but in large meetings, in public settings, and we got about the work of what could we do together to impact the residents of Fulton County who were disproportionately impacted by the closure of those hospitals. It was through the work of our city manager, thank you, Mr. Anderson, Dr. Rochelle, and Chairman Pitt's leadership, and the engagement from this county commission who said, we can do something. So we opened up in rapid form a new facility that was really an old facility, but we reopened it because the citizens and the residents of East Point needed access to care. And we haven't stopped there. Our group has continued to meet to talk about what does a ambulatory integrated network of care look like that would meet all of the Fulton County residents with where they work, live, play, and pray. Because we believe that that's important. We believe that care, health care, should be accessible to anyone, regardless of their ability to pay. Now, that doesn't mean we don't want people to pay, but we understand that circumstances sometimes impact that. And we believe it is our responsibility, with the leadership standing around us here, to make that happen for all of the residents of Fulton County. So we are still working hard to build out this ambulatory integrated strategy and to determine what other assets will be needed in Fulton County to ensure that everyone is able to reach their optimal level of health. Because that's how we define health equity at Morehouse School of Medicine, and I know we are aligned in this. It's about giving people what they need, when they need it, and the amount they need to reach their optimal level of health. And I believe if we continue our strong partnership, we will be able to make this happen. So on behalf of Morehouse School of Medicine, I said thank you. We hope that you will join us over the month of April for all of the activities that we have planned to celebrate this occasion. And just believe us, we are not finished yet. Thank you very much.
The last proclamation is recognizing National Surveyor Week, sponsored by Vice Chair Ellis, Chairman Pitts, Commissioners Thorne, Barrett, Ivory, and Abdul Rahman.
Mr. Christopher Lee, come on down from Low Engineering. It's going to stand and accept us in front of all of our surveyors that are out doing hard work out in the field. Give them a chance to come down. Good to see you. Thanks for coming down. All right, whereas surveying is the art and science of accurately determining the position of points and distances between them, and is often used to establish land boundaries for ownership or governmental purposes. And whereas surveyors and mappers are counted among the founding leaders of our country, and they were instrumental in the formation of the layout of property boundaries in the United States, providing our citizens the opportunity to enjoy the American dream of property ownership. And whereas notable land surveyors include, you might not have known this, United States Presidents George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Abraham Lincoln, and Theodore Roosevelt, contributing to the historical mapping of America in its early years. And whereas surveying and mapping professionals provide valuable contributions to our nation's history, development, and quality of life, and the valued profession requires special education, training, knowledge of mathematics, related physical and applied sciences, and requirements of law. And whereas the continual advancements in instrumentation have required the surveyor and mappers to not only be able to understand and implement the methods of the past, but also to learn and employ modern technology in finding solutions to meet the challenges of the future. And whereas there are over 52,000 professional land surveyors in the United States, including 1,900 in Georgia. Now, therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes the dedication of surveyors and mappers in Fulton County, the state of Georgia, and throughout the United States, and does hereby proclaim the week of March 17th through 21st, 2025, as National Surveyor Week in Fulton County, Georgia. Let's give them a hand. So, you want to make a few remarks, or you?
No, I'm good.
All right, I think.
Guy behind the scenes.
So these are the folks that are out there in the field, working hard, doing the work, and we thank you all for your service and your contributions to our county. All right. All right.
Continue, Madam Clerk.
Continuing on page 8, public hearings, 250195, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment will be allowed to appear in person or may choose to participate virtually via Zoom video conferencing or by submitting their comments in writing, registering on the county website, www.fultoncountyga.gov. Priority for public comment will be given to Fulton County citizens and those individuals representing businesses or organizations located within Fulton County. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 60 minutes. In the event the 60-minute time limit is reached prior to public comments being completed, public comment will be suspended and the business portion of the BOC meeting will commence. Public comment will resume at the end of the meeting. Mr. Chairman and members of the board will start with the speakers here in Assembly Hall. We have received 8 speaker cards. Will speakers please come forward? Alon Lee, Michael Collins, L.A. Pink, Lucy A. Watts, Renard Burrow, Irma Watts, Mrs. Welter Dismuke, and Derek Knighton.
All right, come on up, speakers. When you have 15 seconds remaining of your 2 minutes, I'll say 15 seconds, and that will be your key to begin to conclude your remarks. First speaker.
Good morning, members of the commission. I am Alan Lee with the Georgia Federation of Public Service Employees. I come as one, I stand as many. I wanted to come before the commission because we've been trying to better understand and appreciate the labor ordinance within the commission. I know my general counsel, Tanya Miller, my local president, Jennifer Saunders, met with the good chair. I've had some conversation with the county attorney. I know we send over a letter to the county manager, both by hand and by email. To make a long story short, it appears we are pumping a dry well. The ordinance is the ordinance is the ordinance. We proposed a one-word modification, but if that don't work, tell us how you interpret it so we can get going. We represent employees across the state of Georgia and across the street. There's no clear, compelling reason why we cannot do it here. You have an ordinance, so I'm here to employ this commission to help us move this along. Too much analysis makes for paralysis, and we've been doing this for almost a year now. Thank you for the opportunity to be heard.
Good morning. My name is Michael Collins from Colour of Change and the Community Over Cages Coalition. I sent you all an op-ed that me and one of my coalition colleagues did in the AJC about a week and a half ago. And the message of the op-ed that was printed in the AJC was really, it's great that we have this consent decree, let's work on that, but let's also make sure that we are still focusing on the jail, and there are things that the commissioners can do. And so one of the things that we brought up in the op-ed that I wanted to reference today is collecting data around the diversion and crisis centre. You all have supported these initiatives. A lot of taxpayer money has gone into this. We want to make sure that it's being used and used in a way that should reduce the jail population. Are people being diverted in the way that they should be? What is the usage rate? So I know that Steve is presenting today on the operational report around the criminal justice system. I would encourage you to ask him about the usage of the diversion centre and the crisis centre, and make sure also that this is data that's being regularly published. Another thing that we noticed was there's a discrepancy in the way that Fulton County counts the length of stay in the jail population. The county counted the jail population as an average length of stay of 47 days. The DOJ report is 279 days. The reason for that is the county is reporting on people who leave the system, so making sure that you have those two numbers correctly reported is very important. And the last thing I'll say is putting in place a plan so that state partners can collect individuals
15 seconds.
from the jurisdiction and make sure that they're transferred out of Fulton County where appropriate. Thank you.
Up the streets is talking. As we know, there's so many questions and not enough answers to the problems that we are having. The citizens is asking, why wasn't there a town hall meeting? Why didn't the sheriff call a town hall meeting to explain the consent decree? I know that I received an email wanting to talk about a board being established for some things that's going on pertaining to the jail and the sheriff. And the only board that I will sit on in some of the community that I deal with is one that is dealing with a grand jury. So to get the sheriff taken away. There has been another stabbing, well, not another, but I know you guys all know about the officer that was stabbed inside of the jail in the neck. And it was watered down, which was very disrespectful. It was said there was an altercation that took place. When I very first got it, it was that he was stabbed in the neck. Now, I know that they probably don't want to put that out because it sounds so harsh, but let's bring reality to what it really is and what's really happening. No matter how much y'all go visit the jail, y'all cannot take away from the many deaths that have happened there. And as y'all continue to say, it is just terrible. The jail is in terrible condition. Well, when you have an incompetent sheriff, and I don't know how far we can continue to say that, and until we deal with that situation, anything else in that jail is still going to fall to the wayside. When you replace him, then you can be able to see a brighter light, not only for just the inmates, but the deputies as well. When deputies fear their life to go to work and are pent up in a corner and don't know sometimes whether they're gonna make it out alive, as well as the inmates, that comes from the top. It doesn't come from the deputies not doing their job. It comes from them not being taught their job to do. So wake up.
Good morning. My name is Lucy Watts, and I'm the grandmother of the detention officer that was stabbed in the neck. And I don't feel the problem is with the sheriff. I feel the problem is with the jail itself. The weapons that were used to inflict those wounds on my grandson were items that came out of the structure, from the ceiling, from the walls, wherever. it is my voice that says that jail needs to come down. How many lives? Is there a quota on how many incidents? How many people's lives have to be lost before you all take an active role in putting a structure that is suitable for the everyday criminal or somebody like me that might have a traffic ticket that's unpaid, that may have to go over there and possibly lose my life because there are not suitable cells and ample places for people with mental disorders to be placed. I'm a tax-paying woman and I'm a praying woman. And I'm asking this council, Mr. Pitts, you've been around here a long time. This is not the first time you've had an incident over there at that jail. It's time for a change. If Fulton County can put this amount of money for an animal shelter, what about the officers that has to return back to work in that same facility and risk their lives as well as the lives of the prisoners? I'm asking you all to go down there and make a difference. Tear that jail down and put up a structure that the bot and the other sheriffs that work there can have something to work with. Don't put the blame on one person. It's not the sheriff.
15 seconds.
It's not the sheriff. It's the environment. It's us, the taxpayer. It's you people that make decisions that need to make a change in Fulton County because it's too long.
Good morning. My name is Raynard Burrell. I'm the Executive Director of the Federation of Public Service Employees. And what I did today is come here to let you guys know that we're here to work with you, and we look forward to reaching out to each of you as individuals. But we offer these services for our members right across the street, APS, the City of Atlanta. So we see that it would be no reason that we can't offer these same services and member benefits to the employees of Fulton County. So as Mr. Lee indicated, we have put our request in over a month ago. We look forward to working with you guys as we do in our other municipalities. And I want to put a face with the name. I will be reaching out to each one of you guys individually. Thank you for your time.
Good morning. My name is Irma Watts. I'm a retired nurse for the state. I work with all sorts of police officers, but I never worked with the police for Fulton County, but I've heard so many stories because I was at GMHI as a nurse in a psych unit where they would come and complain about they didn't want to go to Georgia Regional because they had to go to the jail. That place is deplorable. It's still deplorable, and I am older, much older. And I've seen the chief police officer beg for money to tear the place down. Where's your heart? Where's your heart for people? I know they do their crimes, but what about the people that work there? They need their protection as well as the prisoner. Please, please open up your heart. Tear that place down. Years and years, I've heard so many terrible stories about that place. Open up your hearts. It comes from you. It comes from you and everyone. We got to work together and love and stop putting money in our pockets, but put it where it belongs. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Walter Dismuke. I'm here today to speak on the issue of the jail here in Atlanta. As it is, we're in one of the up and rising cities in this nation. Some would call it the best city in the nation at this point. However, we're known today as having one of the worst jails in the country. And it all goes back to legislation, legislators. I'm addressing this board to make a change, make a difference, make it better. We should not be known on one end of the spectrum as the best, and on the other end as the worst. We can do better. We just need to make it happen. The jail needs help from us, from you. The people that work there are in danger. The people that are housed there and imprisoned there are in danger. It shouldn't be. It could be any of us that could get arrested and be detained there. And in a situation like that, God help us. And I'm asking God to help us in this situation through you.
15 seconds, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. I conclude.
How y'all doing today? My name is Mr. Knighton. I would like to say we're not getting any results. Everything changing around us. The whole Atlanta, we got a new dome, we got new apartments, new community, but the same jail is right there. The same jail that been there for years and years. Why does people have to be stressed to go to work? Y'all don't stress to go to work. Y'all come here, sit down, smooth, talk to, listen to people, concerns. That's my nephew. He could have lost his life by just going to work, happen. And he have a family too. And we should have to do better as Atlanta, as a community, that we know that's the problem. That's the problem that we have to change. That needs to be the #1 agenda for 2025. What can we do different for Fulton County? Because people shouldn't have to be stressed to go to work. By getting something off a door, a little iron piece can kill somebody that been there for how many years? We have to do better. We have to do better. As a community, as a Atlanta citizen, I've been born and raised here, and I love the change. I love the change around us, but Fulton County, jail have to go.
15 seconds.
We have to do right as a community. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we have 14 speakers on Zoom.
14.
Good morning, commissioners. The first person to speak is June Erickson. June Erickson.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you so much for your time. Those of us, I'm a citizen of Fulton County, and I live near the Big Creek water treatment plant. For the past several weeks, we have been experiencing the most horrific smells several days a week. Just so you understand how bad the smell is, many of us near the plant have been awoken in the middle of the night in our homes with our doors and windows closed from the horrible toxic smell. It is not possible to be outside, and it is unbearable inside. This is a huge impact on our lives and a massive impact on our home values during this time of year when more homes are going up for sale. When we contact the plant, we are given inconsistent information on the timing for how long this will last. It is clear that they knew that this would cause horrific smells, and they did nothing to let us know ahead, nor did they make any plans to install a deodorizer ahead of this work. They do not know how long this will last. It is absolutely intolerable. The plant manager is a nice guy, but he just pushes off our concerns. When he tells us that he is working near the smell and he understands how bad it is, that is not an appropriate response because he can leave and go home. We are living in this without escape. They have not heard our complaints about the smell. And for those of us living closest to the plant, the light and the noise is an added burden that has been unaddressed for far
15
too
seconds,
long.
ma'am.
We need to know how long this will last. We need to have better effort now to mitigate the situation, and we need them to be a better community partner. Thank you for your time.
The next person to speak is Matt Rowenzak.
Good morning, Commissioners. Wanted to address one of the items on the agenda today related to registration and elections. So we have had a problem for a long time with using temp agencies that overcharge us being the taxpayers. The margin is probably between 20 and 40% that we're having to bear. Today on the agenda, there's a cost of $2.5 million for just this June election coming up. If you look at the full supporting documents, for the year, it's going to be almost $8 million just for staff. If you look even further into the supporting documents, there's an executive assistant for just about every area of work. Do you see an executive assistant when you go into the corporate world with everything that you do? I don't think so. It's glaringly obvious that this is another gross abuse of our dollars. And folks wonder why, both at the federal level all the way down to the local, people are upset, right? We've talked about this time and time again. People are struggling and working hard every single day, and then they have to look at information like this, where there seems to be no regard, right, for those individuals and their contributions to this county. So when are we going to address this? The elections department's not addressing it. They have a track record of not addressing it.
15
so when
seconds.
is there going to be real leadership on this issue? Thank you.
The next person to speak is Alexis Jackson.
Hello. I am also speaking out against Big Creek water treatment. I also am a resident in the surrounding neighborhood area, and I would just like to comment on the delayed status and progress that we have been receiving from the water treatment facility and how just unbearable it is. The conditions have been this way for months now. We have had repeated failed attempts at any kind of resolution. And I just wanted to bring it to the county's attention that we continue to, deal with this toxic fumes every day. It's impacting our livelihood. It's impacting the surrounding children in the neighborhood of not being able to go outside and enjoy themselves in our beautiful areas that we live in. And I just, can only complain as much as the next person, but I wanted to make sure that my voice was heard and that everyone is aware of these unsafe and unsound conditions. Thank you.
Next person to speak is Allison Golightly. Allison Golightly. Next person to speak is Amanda McKay.
Hi, I am also backing right up to the Big Creek Water Reclamation Plant. We have been walking in step with the facility for the last 5 years. The construction manager, who is part of Archer Western, has been very helpful and very forthcoming with information, always willing to share an update. However, the Fulton County project manager has always given us different information, which is very frustrating. One of the biggest complaints that I have is beyond the smell, because the smell is intolerable and I do believe is a health risk, are the lights that we have been complaining about since last summer. And we have been told that it'll be just a few weeks and we'll know what what we can do. Our engineer is looking into it. The project manager is now saying it'll be a few more weeks before we know what the engineer is able to come up with. I feel like we're just being pushed off, and Mr. Ellis, I would really appreciate if you could meet with us, come see what we are seeing and what we're experiencing firsthand.
The next person to speak is Amber Mitt.
Yes, I too am a resident in Fulton County along with the others, and we've lived here for 23 years, and the smell has been bad throughout the years, but it has been absolutely ridiculously just awful just these last 6 months. And I can't tell you how bad it is. And I too was woken up in the middle of the night like June. Could not believe I was being woken up by the plant smell in the middle of the night. And it's toxic. And I will tell you, it is I know it's really hurting our health. And yes, it is impacting the children being able to play outside because we don't know what they're smelling. And it's really, really concerning. The lack of attention that's being paid to this by levels above our contacts is just inexcusable. And it has to stop because it's going to impact our health. I have no doubt. We just can't spend any time outside. It needs to be addressed. Thank you for listening.
The next person to speak is, Ing Rob. Ing Rob. The next person to speak is Jackie Nass. Jackie Nass.
Didn't realize I was going to be speaking. I just wanted to listen. I'm actually in Cobb County and concerned about the Big Creek, the smell. I've been smelling it from my house. And I asked a friend who I knew lived over that way if she had noticed it had been an issue. But I mean, I'm in Cobb County and can smell it. So that was all I was here for.
Next person to speak is Jason King. Jason King. Next person to speak is Jim Sidon. Jim Sidon. Next person to speak is Mandy Lange.
Hey there, I also wasn't sure that I was supposed to speak. I just wanted to join in and listen, but I second, third, fourth, fifth, what everybody else has said about the water treatment plant. I live right outside of where the plant is located, and the scent and the stench is just completely unbearable. I'm sure there's some sort of toxicity to the scent that we are, inhaling. It's really affecting our home values and our general way of life. It's difficult for our children to go outside and play. It's difficult for us to go out and, really enjoy the amenities of the neighborhood and of the city. And I think it's just something that definitely needs to be finally addressed. I know that this has been going on for years and years, and we got to stop it. It's unbearable. But that's all I have to say.
And this concludes our Zoom public comments.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, continue.
Bottom of page 8, presentations to the board, 250196, MARTA quarterly update.
All right. Good morning and welcome.
advance the slides? Is there a? So just say next slide. Okay. Good morning. Good morning, Chairman Pitts and Fulton County Commissioners. My name is Carrie Rocha.
Who's with you?
Oh, I'm going to introduce them too.
Okay, all right.
My name is Carrie Rocha, and I'm MARTA's Chief Capital Officer. As my title suggests, my role is responsibility for planning, project development, and construction of MARTA's capital projects. I'm really excited to be here today for this Q1 briefing for MARTA. I have our 3 board members for MARTA that represent Fulton County. Elizabeth Bolton Harris, Frida Hartage, and Al Pond are all watching remote. And with me today here, I have Stephanie Hardy, I have Greg Patterson, and Stephen Parker. So on the cover of this slide, sorry with the slant here, you can see the future of transit. This is our amazing new train that we featured at our State of MARTA last month, so very exciting. Next slide, please. So as is typical, we'll run through our operations updates, we'll give you an update on our capital programs, as well as highlight some of our community engagement. Next slide, please. And jumping into our operations updates, next slide. So on this slide, you will see the ridership statistics for each of our modes reported through February. We've had particular challenges in the last few months with fare gates malfunctioning and not working, many times from being forced open, as well as overall wear and tear. In addition, we've discovered there were some times that Breeze card taps did not register, which means that passengers are not counted. We are working with our vendor Cubic to correct the issues, and we're also expediting the implementation of our automated fare collection project, also referred to as AFC 2.0. Next slide, please. Our Safe Routes to Transit is the federally appropriated project providing pedestrian improvements near high ridership bus routes. Safe Routes to Transit projects include things like high visibility crosswalks, our curb extensions, median and refuge islands, and pedestrian beacons. This sample site that you see on the slide is at the intersection of Flat Shoals Road and Mallory Road. On the left, you can see the existing conditions. And although there is just one bus stop at the site, under this federal program, we're able to look at the entire intersection to receive improvements. So referring to the concept on the right, we're looking to build out the corners of the intersection so that it will physically narrow the roadway, causing vehicles to reduce their speeds going into the intersection. This treatment reduces pedestrian crossing distances and improves the visibility and the sight lines. We're also planning on adding a sidewalk to connect the bus stop, refresh all the crossing markings, and install ADA ramps at the intersection. So that's just one example. Next slide, please. This program is funded and occurs in 2 cycles. The first wave began at the beginning of last year, and our bus stop planning team worked with Fulton County's planning team to identify the initial 24 sites that we wanted to address. Then in November of last year, we met again, and we've started looking at more sites for the second cycle of the program. MARTA is getting ready to procure a design-build contractor to build out those first sites. Each site really has its own timeline depending on the scope of work that's going to be implemented. Next slide, please. So our local bus service is MARTA's most utilized service and has seen the largest gain in post-pandemic ridership. MARTA's Next Gen Bus Network Redesign program takes a fresh look at our local bus routes system-wide to adjust for shifting job, economic, and residential centers. Where we live, work, and spend our time has changed, and so it's critical that our bus map takes into account the changing travel patterns. Overall, the goal of this program is to move more people to more destinations in less time. And we're able to do that by shifting from a coverage-focused model, where we are today, to more of a ridership-focused model, where we can provide faster and more frequent service on those high ridership routes. We're redesigning our entire system to better meet the needs of our riders, and this next-gen bus network will, for one thing, provide more frequent service every 15 minutes in many cases, to 3 times as many residents within our footprint. The draft redesigned bus map provides access to 21% more jobs within 60 minutes or less for the average commuter by providing more frequent service to over 100,000 people. The draft map also provides more service to colleges and universities, grocery stores, and medical facilities. The map on the right is one measure that we look at, and this is how many jobs are accessible within 60 minutes or less by transit. Online, MARTA 2040, nextgenbus.com, you can go and plug in your address, and you'll be able to see new areas where you can reach by transit in a shorter period of time for this draft network. Next slide, please. The far left map is the existing map, and the map on the right is the proposed draft map. As you can see, there are less routes overall, but more importantly, the average route runs more frequently. Dark red lines indicate buses arriving between 10 to 12 minutes or less, and red lines are bus routes arriving every 15 minutes. In addition, the draft map now includes several on-demand transit zones similar to the MARTA REACH pilot program that we had provided. Public engagement was held through the winter and early spring with both in-person and virtual meetings. There were over 50 meetings for these engagements, and they just concluded this past weekend. Now that those meetings have concluded, the maps will be revised and presented to MARTA's Planning and Capital Programs Committee, and then go before MARTA's full board for acceptance. Once the board approves those maps, we will then do another round of public engagement, making sure that the public understands what the changes to the routes are. Next slide, please. And jumping into the capital program, next slide. Some quick project updates. First, at our airport station, the picture on the left, I want to highlight the mural that was installed at Airport Station just on the concourse level as you come through the fare gates. Station rehabilitation construction has moved off of the platform area and onto this concourse level. We are working on the new ride store, a lot of electrical work, lighting, and wall tiles, as well as refurbishing the escalator. Further, we're working out the design and construction details for the existing canopy and the replacement of the canopy to complement the ones that have been installed at the airport. Our target for completion of the airport station is slated for spring of 2026. Next slide, please. The plan to transform our 5 Point station to a state-of-the-art station continues. Our construction teams are ready to break ground while maintaining pedestrian access to the station. With the planned closure of Alabama Street for the duration of construction, there will be some long-term bus detours. There are many other construction projects, as you see, around downtown, and we've worked very diligently to make sure that our service routes do meet the needs of our customers and provide most efficient service. Once we finalize the date to start construction, our public engagement and operations teams will be actively communicating to the public. Next slide, please. At the platform levels for 5 Points, we continue to progress the rehabilitation work, and things are looking great down there. We have made good progress installing light fixtures along the north and south ends of the platform, installing wall tiles, replacing platform pavers, and laying concrete for new benches. If you've been there recently, you can see what a dramatic improvement it is with the areas that have been rehabbed versus the areas that have not. We'll continue that work. Next slide, please. With regard to the Cleveland Avenue and Metropolitan Parkway arterial rapid transit projects, we are working on a package of revised bid documents. You may recall we did put this project out to bid last year. We received one bid, which was 3 times as much as we anticipated. We have worked with ATL DOT to include some of their local project work in the new bid package that they will pay for separately, but making it a much more attractive bid package for competition within our contractors. So the anticipated construction start is now late summer with a construction duration of approximately 15 months for the arterial rapid transit portion of the project. Next slide, please. MARTA and the I-285 Express Lane Study Team continue to work alongside Georgia Department of Transportation on the 285 Top-End Express Lanes program. Our team attended GDOT's open houses to receive feedback from local citizens, as well as attending a number of other local events along the corridor to garner public opinion. We will begin a more robust external outreach later in the 4th quarter of this year, along with the cost and timing of the project. And we appreciate Commissioner Ellis's contributions to the policy working group for this important project, so thank you. Next slide, please. MARTA has another exciting partnership with the ATL Airport CIDs to test a new transit mode in Metro Atlanta, a form of personal rapid transit through an automated transit network, or what we refer to as ATN. ATN systems consist of small automated vehicles operating on demand between set stops. We are supporting a pilot project at the Georgia International Convention Center to build a short segment to better understand the capabilities and operations of this new mode. In August, AACID selected Atlanta Personal Rapid Transit Solutions, or APRTS, as the team that was the preferred vendor, which also includes the leading technology provider, Glideways. Next slide. In conjunction with the pilot, MARTA is supporting a feasibility study of a larger ATN in the South Metro area around the airport in Fulton and Clayton counties. While the pilot will be focused on the nuts and bolts of how we operate such a mode, the feasibility study will allow us to understand what a larger network could look like if this pilot is successful. This map on the slide is from the 2019 AACID feasibility study that first brought ATN as an idea for the region. The feasibility study will further define a potential network area. The study is expected to start later this fall and last about a year. We then plan to conduct an update following the conclusion of the pilot to fully incorporate all of the lessons learned. Next slide. And now I'll cover briefly the partially funded projects. Since our last briefing, it was announced that MARTA was not to receive the mega grant that we had applied for and submitted in partnership with GDOT for the Georgia 400 BRT project. GDOT has selected their developer, SR 400 Peach Partners, LLC, to design and implement the planned express lanes, with the developer committing $26 million towards the transit elements for the project. We continue to work to identify funding sources and coordinate with GDOT on the advancement of 30% design plans for the planned inline stations, the vertical circulation, and the pedestrian access elements. And next we have our unfunded projects that we've been moving forward in our planning phase. So in South Fulton, MARTA continues to advance 2 initiatives, which include preliminary planning for high-capacity transit along South Fulton Parkway and Roosevelt Highway. Both of these projects were envisioned in the 2018-2019 Fulton Transit Master Plan. Along South Fulton Parkway, we have looked at several different modes, including bus modes like arterial rapid transit and bus rapid transit, and rail modes like light rail transit and heavy rail transit. We've also looked at different route lengths, including the Douglas County line after receiving stakeholder feedback. The results of that analysis have recommending advancing ART and BRT alternatives along South Fulton Highway to State Route 92. ART and BRT both invest in high-quality bus service and infrastructure, but at differing levels of cost, speed of deployment, and construction impacts. On Roosevelt Highway right now, we're finalizing the results of the Tier 2 screening, which will include recommending a mode to solidify the route, and we're looking at 3 different alignments: East Point Station to Palmetto, East Point Station to Fairburn Park and Ride, and East Point Station to Fairburn Downtown. I'm also pleased to report that MARTA did submit a build grant application, formerly referred to as RAISE, to the US DOT on January 30th of this year for the South Fulton Network Integration Program, where we've included these projects and trying to get some federal funding to advance them past their current preliminary stage. And this will help us move these projects from the locally preferred alternative through the 30% design. So we await hearing the results of that. Next slide, please. So now I'll finally cover some of our community engagement activities. To celebrate Transit Equity Day, MARTA partnered with the Amalgamated Transit Union, or ATU, and the Atlanta North Georgia Labor Council on Tuesday, February 4th, honoring the life and legacy of Rosa Parks. The group marched from the IBEW building to the West End, and our historic bus served as the backdrop once the members arrived. Next slide, please. Featured here are pictures from your very first Fulton County Day at the Capitol. Pictured on the slide are members from the delegation, Chairman Pitts, Commissioners Ivory and Thorne. Our very own Jennifer LaRosa was pleased to join you as well and share a little bit about our partnership and the great work that we accomplished together. And finally, pictured here are 2 in-person bus network redesign stakeholder meetings hosted at the Alpharetta City Hall and at North Fulton Government Center on January 29th. On the far right, on March 3rd, the engagement team visited the Hellenic Senior Tower in Sandy Springs. And at that time, we presented information on the bus network redesign while also bringing information for the reduced fare program and mobility programs. That is the conclusion of my presentation. And with that, I'll turn the chair back to you, Chairman Pitts.
All right, questions, commissioners? Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to take a point of personal privilege. Mr. Parker, I see you leaving. I'm just going to call you out. I just wanted to congratulate you on your new role. I know you're going to do great over there, and I just wanted to say how much I was proud of you, and I didn't mean to embarrass you, but hey, so what? Thank you.
We're very excited to have him permanently in his role.
All right. Commissioner Thorne.
Yes, on your page where you have access to jobs within 60 minutes or less, the map you have there. I don't know what slide number it is. I was just wondering, is it possible to get this map to expand past Sandy Springs up into North Fulton just to look and see what the access is for North Fulton?
Yeah, I think this is more of a graphic for the slide, but if you go online, all of these graphics are available there. I will certainly make sure that that does have the visibility to that location for you.
Okay. Yeah, because I noticed I know you're doing the bus rapid transit, which is going to be a wonderful project and a much needed project. But it looks like as far as bus lines expansion, there is no expansion in the North Fulton area. Is that correct?
In terms of expansion, we have the Georgia 400 BRT program. In terms
Right.
of the bus network, I would have to look in detail for you at the comparison of what was there before and what's there with the proposed network, but we're happy to sit with you. I just don't know all of the specifics of every single county.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Commissioner Ivory.
Hi, I just want to ask a quick question about the completion of the Summerhill bus rail. When is that going to be completed?
So that was originally slated to be complete in September of 2025. We have encountered a number of construction impacts, the largest of which is on our critical path for construction, was the identification of very, very shallow water lines. So the water lines that were installed there, we went to scarify the surface and prepare for paving, and we found them within inches of the top of the pavement. So that needs to be corrected. We have worked with the Department of Watershed Management on a design for that. We are now working with our contractor on what the schedule impacts are, and we're trying to get it done as expeditiously as possible, closing more blocks than normal just to make sure we're getting the project done as quickly as possible. So right now, I do not have a new end date. We have been pushing our contractor to complete it before the end of the calendar year of 2025. But part of that is being able to get the detour plans and the traffic arrangements that we need, as well as getting the crews out to perform the work. We also have some AGL, Atlanta Gas Light work that needs to happen at the same time because of now new conflicts. So we're working through it. Unfortunately, it's one of those differing site conditions we could not foresee, but we will get you a date soon on the completion of that.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair Ellis.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Couple of points. On slide 4, on the ridership slide, and I've been asking about ridership going back to, since we've been doing these updates coming out of the pandemic, and it's been a concern of mine and continues to be a concern of mine. If I heard what you were saying correctly, you feel like these are somewhat understated due to some issue you had with swipe measurement and some other sorts of things. Is that what I heard you say? But in the magnitude of how off that may be, I'm guessing that's not significant enough to really move the needle on what these numbers are and trends on these pages. Is that a fair statement?
Again, we don't know the magnitude of that issue. I will also offer there have been The MARTA board was briefed, I think it was back in December, on some additional capacity that we're working through in our next markup, which should result this summer. So this summer, we should see additional rail frequency, particularly in where the red line makes the connections at Lindbergh and the off hours there where you're forced to get off the train. So we are doing some adjustments to that rail schedule in order to make sure that we're providing a more frequent service.
So okay, and that, what was presented to the board, is there a projected sort of impact that this would have on rail ridership in terms of, I mean, if it's at, whatever the number is right now, and here, 2.2 million, is that roughly what that is? If I read it right, I mean, if you don't have this, fine, but I guess, I mean, a lot of the stuff on this page, these pages are great, right? But if they're not manifested themselves in additional ridership, then it raises, further questions about, what are we, the lack of return we're getting on capital investment in this. It could be shifted to somewhere else. So if you, I don't know if you have that in terms of kind of what those changes would be projected to do to rail ridership.
I don't have the projections. However,
Okay.
I will go back and ask.
Okay.
There are a number, as I stated, there's a number of different initiatives. Increasing that frequency is one that we know, we've heard the public, we have heard folks, in terms of the amount of single tracking that we're doing to support both our maintenance of way operations and our construction projects. And we're being very careful on when we schedule that project work to happen. Again, in December, we did announce that we are making this initiative, particularly on the weekends, to improve the weekend coverage and frequency. And so I believe that we will see that improvement as we go into the summer.
Okay. And then on the bus network, this next-gen bus network, and our implementation target is Q4, right?
That is correct.
That's the implementation target. Parts of it are going before then, or no?
No, that is all
Everything.
planned to happen in December.
Okay. And then, so we're sort of similar question, there too. And I realize this whole thing is supposedly, this change is designed around increasing ridership.
Absolutely.
Is there a target that's metric that has been placed on that in terms of what this redesign should net? I mean, that we're going to measure back up against to say that this thing is working or it's not working?
I don't know specifically what the targets have been for ridership. I do know that we have looked at existing ridership, looked at the connections, making sure that the connections that we're making to each of the rail stations is a really important, timing in terms of the service planning for the buses and the service planning for the rail. I will go back and ask the question if they have projections on the new increases in ridership. Part of this also is making sure we're hitting those economic centers. And, I will say everything is driven towards increasing ridership. I just don't have the exact numbers to project that.
Yeah, I mean, that's where I think the rubber's certainly going to meet the road on this, is like, is this does this wind up just being operationally more efficient, or does it actually wind up increasing ridership? And, I think as you all are coming back with further updates to us, and I realize this doesn't roll out to the Q4, I'd like to see, kind of some report back in terms of, is this working? And I mean, there's a lot of great stuff in here in terms of future things that we may do or not what, but I mean, I don't mean it just not directed at you, but I mean, one criticism could be is we've spent too much time talking about future planning and not really been as granular in operations, and that's part of the reason why that we've seen those trends with ridership, and we're chasing our tail a little bit in terms of getting those numbers back up. I think this is great in terms of what the plans were with the bus network, and here what we're talking about doing with different rail connections at the busiest points in the system and what that could do in terms of throughput. But, I'd like to see some sort of report back on that, on what those changes have actually yielded. And let's have a little bit more consistency in the report back on that. And then the last question I had was, in terms of the capital projects that are in flight, and obviously a few of these are pretty critical, right, with the airport station and 5 Points. How many of, and I just sort of speak really just to those, I mean, because I guess, and maybe the ART piece, and then the rest of them are a little bit more, future looking in terms of the express lane stuff and all that kind of thing. But how many of these projects are federally funded dependent, and is there any risk associated with loss of federal funding that could impact the ability to deliver on them?
That's a great question. So airport station, the station rehabilitation has no federal funding. We did have some local funding that was put into the project. So that one does not have any risk in terms of, federal pieces. With respect to 5 Points, the station rehabilitation also does not have federal funding, and that project is underway. Both of those are slated to be done before the World Cup. So we are working very, very diligently to try to make sure we attain that goal. 5 Points transformation, which is the concourse level and the plaza level, both that project has federal funding in it. It's a $25 million raise grant, as well as state funding. I think it's one of the largest state funding pieces, $13 million on the state funding side. So again, we have that grant, that raise grant for 5 Points transformation has been obligated. Okay. So we have our signed agreement. So we feel more stable with that one moving forward. However, there's still a lot of flux right now in terms of what we're hearing from DC.
This, I'm not going to put you on the spot with this, but I mean, obviously the spring 2026 date for completion, one could look at that, and one could look at what's been done or not been done to date and have some concerns about the ability to meet that date.
Which project are you talking specifically? Airport?
5 Points.
So the 5 Points project that I'm speaking of is not this transformation project.
Right.
It's actually the station rehabilitation project.
Right.
And so that one is, the downstairs levels, north, south, east, west platforms. And there's been really good progress made there. The platform pavers are probably our most challenging piece, right? This is not a station that we can easily do any sort of diversion for service. And so we are working through the construction phase while our passengers are using the system. So you'll see even today, I believe the center platform for north-south is closed so that we can get that piece done. But a lot of this is how we can sequence the project around ADA access and making sure all of our customers have access to our system. So it's a bit surgical in terms of how we are progressing the work. But we continue to commit to meeting that by the World Cup.
But that's the whole project. That's not just that's the top and within the station, correct?
No. So again, the platforms, the north, south, and east, west are the project that we will achieve by World Cup. This project that's on this slide is the one that we're trying to get underway, and we are waiting on permits from the City of Atlanta. As soon as we have those permits, we will be able to announce a date of when we can start. But this project will certainly not be done before the World Cup and likely not be done before the Super Bowl in January of 2028.
So what, in terms of impact, in terms of if you get permit, if this gets started, what sort of impact does that have on service and or during that time period, if any?
Sure. So because we're closing Alabama Street, we need to reroute several buses. Those buses are being detoured to nearby stations, and we've looked very carefully at how best to connect people to heavy rail if it's not at 5 Points, what the best options were, where those buses are coming from, and where we know most people are headed. So we have put that detour plan together. We did share that with our board at our last Planning and Capital Programs Committee, and I'm happy to send that along. We will be keeping at least one entrance open at all times in the station. There will be times at night when we do need to sling large pieces of concrete over the Forsyth entrance, which is the one that's the most fortified, and we will give plenty of notice for when we need to do that. But we have committed to keeping that entrance open for most of the working hours.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you. I guess I'm questioning the definition of ridership, because I also heard you talk about increasing frequency. And so I wonder if even if the ridership doesn't increase, if you can get the people that are using it to where they're going more frequently, would that show in the ridership number?
Absolutely. If people are using our system more, and by offering more frequent service, we're targeting more reliability, right? We're targeting more reliability to be able to, if you arrive at a bus stop, you're not going to wait an hour for your bus. We have some locations right now under our coverage model that have 90-minute bus service. So if you miss that bus, you're waiting a very long time for the next one. Under this new model, this is more frequent service that we will be offering. So the reliability piece, we believe, will help build that ridership. If you can depend on when you get to that bus stop, if you missed it by a couple minutes and the next one's coming in 15 minutes, you're not likely to get yourself into an Uber or find an alternative way if you even have the means to do it. So making sure that we have that frequency of service so that we are more reliable is a huge target of this program.
Well, I guess that's the point I guess I was trying to make. Even if ridership doesn't, even if the same number of people, if ridership stays the same, if you're getting people where they need to go faster, I mean, that is another metric that is, to me, just as important as increasing ridership.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Ivory.
Hi. Okay. So the 5 Points MARTA station is in my district, as are many of the projects that MARTA has going on right now. And I watched the last board meeting, lots of controversy there, and listened to the comments of the mayor, who said that very sternly that you do have the permits that you need, specifically the demolition permit to start the work at 5 Points, which will expire, is only valid for 60 days, right? But that you don't, that MARTA has not submitted or gained the permits to move the operations from 5 Points to Ashby, which will prevent you from beginning the demo at 5 Points because you obviously need to move to Ashby, which then could impact the length of the time that you have on the permit for the demolition of 5 Points. When I talk to constituents, their question is, what is going on? And who is telling the truth? And what is happening with why either MARTA has not done the work they need to do to secure the permits? The mayor says that he is not holding up permits. You have the permits, but nothing is happening. So could you just set the record straight as to what MARTA is or isn't doing with relationship to those permits that have or have not been issued, and if what the mayor said in that board of directors meeting is true or not?
Absolutely. So I will tell you, everything that we have said publicly, we have documentation that backs it up. For the primary permit, which is P1 and P2, the deconstruction permit, yes, the mayor did issue, or the city did issue that permit about 5 minutes before that board meeting, the plan that happened last Thursday, and we received word of that. That is for the deconstruction and demolition phase of the project. That part of the project cannot start until we do have the permit to move to Ashby. And we have filed everything that we need for Ashby. We filed that in November. We have gone through a process that they have required us to go through, which is not required by state law. We did go through this process and went through the SAP hearing process, and we were given a waiver at the SAP hearing. So we resubmitted that permit, and we have still been waiting. There's been some back and forth on the Ashby permit. I will assure you, as of last Wednesday, we had resubmitted everything we needed. There is an issue at Ashby on Lena Street, combined sewer overflow that exists there, or that had existed there. Department of Watershed Management went and replaced those lines that they were required to. There are no as-builts for where those lines are. So they wanted MARTA to go out and do the as-built and map out all the utilities there. We finally said, this is way more scope than what we need to be doing. We then opted last week on Wednesday and resubmitted this to say, we're not going to tap into the sewer system. We're going to use a tank and pump that out every so often. These are for temporary trailers. So we came up with an alternative. We resubmitted that. On Friday, this past Friday, we got another line of questions asking why we did that, and we explained that. So we still have not heard on the Ashby permit, and if you go online, you can actually see all of these dates. The detail is there. So if the public is concerned, all of the detail is there, and you can see when we've uploaded each of these pieces. So those two pieces are what we need to get started. The permit itself is good to start the work for 180 days, but once you start, it's only good for 60 days. So we will have to resubmit once we start construction or deconstruction. We know that this work will take 12 to 18 months to forensically take this thing apart.
Okay. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to confirm what you just said with the Ashby situation. I have been watching it. It's in my district. I have been watching what you all have done. I have received several calls from constituents, and I have kept them informed as well. So I just want to be in an air of transparency to confirm what you have said with the Ashby is true. Thank
Absolutely.
you.
All right. Other questions, comments? It's your first time with us, so
It is.
good job. But let me add one thing, though, that commissioners, you didn't spend a lot of time talking about that pilot program. That is, we are partners in that program that was called a personal rapid transit. Fulton County is, so let's don't downplay that. That is a big deal. And once it's up and running, the whole world is going to be coming to Fulton County to see that. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Madam Clerk, continue.
Item that was moved up at the beginning of the meeting on page 13, 250216. Request approval of a resolution consenting to and ratifying the use of existing Fulton County ad valorem property tax increment for 3 projects located West Side Tax Allocation District 1, Atlanta West Side. Sponsored by Commissioner Barrett.
All right, Ms. Barrett.
Colleagues, this is another sort of standard approval that we do for the projects that come out of the West Side TAD. It's based on the agreements that were made when the TAD was developed and ongoing many, many years ago. We've seen these, I think we see these a couple of times a year generally. And I have Jennifer Fine here from Invest Atlanta who can answer any specific questions, but I would seek your favorable vote.
Yeah, Commissioner Morris used to give these reports to us periodically, if y'all will recall.
Ms. Fine, do you want to just talk briefly about, before we go to questions, about the 3 projects and the process that we have to go through here?
Yeah, happy to. Sure, wasn't sure if this was on. Yeah, good morning. We try to come about quarterly. We don't necessarily have West Side TAD project presentations every month at our board meeting. These 3 projects were presented and approved at our November board meeting and at our February board meeting. So 3 projects represent 4 new affordable multifamily units in English Avenue and 4 affordable for sale single-family homes in English Avenue and Vine City, as well as the complete redevelopment of the long vacant Atlanta Constitution building at 143 Alabama, right downtown, right across the street from the project at 5 Point Station we were just looking at. Will be impacted a little bit with the buses down Alabama, but we're working through that. So we're excited about all three projects. Obviously, every time I come to speak to you about quarterly reports or specific West Side TAD projects, we're always mentioning how we're trying to drive the creation of affordable and workforce units, as well as blight remediation. So these three projects represent that. The reason we come to Fulton County to get these ratified is language from when the county back in 2008 extended its participation in the West Side TAD through the end of 2038, really anticipating wanting to discuss any anticipated bond issuances, which we're not proposing or doing. This is increment that we currently have, so it's a little bit unique, but we're trying to be true to the letter of what's in that legislation and seeking ratification for these projects.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. I do have a couple of questions that were brought to me by the community. First of all, I do support this. What has me to take leave is that a conversation wasn't had, or usually when we have this in the past, when we've had it, usually the predecessor Commissioner Lee Morris, if it had to deal with a particular district, he would have a conversation with that representative of that district. And so as much as I would like to support this today, I have some questions. Is this time sensitive?
It's time sensitive in so much as we need to execute contracts with all of these projects so that the projects can actually start. So if it's something where we have opportunity to talk with you or whoever specifically about the projects to answer any questions or get any more detail, if that's something we could schedule relatively quickly.
I'm willing to accommodate your schedule.
Yeah.
It's just, here again, I want to be fair. You already know I'm supportive of it. But I did have some questions that came through my office that I could not answer. And no one had a conversation with me. And so I not only pledged to my colleagues, I also pledged to the constituents at the beginning of 2025 that we would not move forward with anything if we didn't get at least some type of understanding within 48 to at least 24 hours. And so the protocol, in my understanding, is that a conversation would be had in between the meetings, anything that would be put on there. And so as much as I know this is time sensitive, if you will accommodate it being held, so I can at least serve the constituents that have questions that you may not even have an answer for, and it may not be a major thing to impede it, but it shows that we're doing what we were elected to do. And so if you don't mind, I think it'd be in the best interest that we move to hold this. So I'm gonna make a.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna make a motion to hold this, Chairman.
All right.
To the next
second?
meeting.
I'll make a motion to.
Okay. Motion on the floor is to hold, properly moved and seconded. You want to still be heard, Commissioner Thorne? All right. Commissioner Barrett?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say that these projects have been fully approved by the Invest Atlanta Board. And have they already been approved by City Council as well? Because they have to go through it too, or they don't. It's just us.
They're
Okay.
approved by the Invest Atlanta Board
Okay.
with representation from the city and the county.
Got it. We have seen these. This is a very specific thing to the West Side TAD. We don't get these kind of approvals on the other TADs. They were just not written that way or adjusted to be that way when extended. So I've been bringing these as part of my responsibility as the representative on the Invest Atlanta board. And I've been bringing these throughout the 2+ years that I've been sitting. And there was never a question before about having some interaction about them. This is kind of a standard thing that we've always done. And I think it should continue to move in that way. That said, I think we also, by the way, do get updates on an email update following every Invest Atlanta board meeting from Dr. Klementich, which lists all of the projects. And I know, as Jennifer said, that she and Dr. Klementich would be happy to answer questions about projects. I'm certainly happy to give my perspective on projects. And if there's ever any questions from the community, feel free to reach out to me and I'm happy to answer them. I did not understand until today that there was a need for me to reach out beyond what has already been offered. So I'm happy to do that in the future as well. So I would prefer that we move forward with this and not hold this up for the folks at Invest Atlanta. So I'm not going to support a motion to hold, but I understand if that's the will of the board.
Motion on the floor is to hold. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open on the motion to hold. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 2 nays.
Next item.
On page 9, county manager's items under open and responsible government. 250197, registration and elections. Request approval of a statewide contract in an amount not to exceed $2,537,035.32 to provide temporary staffing services.
All right, a motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Is there a second? Is there a second? All right, seconded by Commissioner Ivory. Commissioner Thorne, you have the floor.
Good morning, Nadine. I just had a few questions. When I was looking over the rates that we pay.
So, Commissioner, do you mind if she explains what this is
okay,
before
sure.
you begin?
The request is for us to get approval to hire the lowest bidder for the temporary staffing. I mean, just to be clear, when we ask for temporary staffing, they do not run our elections. Our department runs our elections. We need a company that's going to vet, to recruit bodies, process payroll. But we, as a department, our permanent staff vets them, we train them, we supervise them. So this is just for the company that's going to do the paperwork portion. Not to say their work's not important, but that's what this is for. This is not for them to run our elections. Temporary does not run elections. Our department does that.
Thank you for that. I just had a question. We reached out to your office to try to get the Excel spreadsheet versus a PDF. So we couldn't quite answer the question itself, but on your overtime bill rate, let's say for the first one, the pay rate is $18.50. That's for the regular bill rate. Is that correct? So they're going to bill us at $23.51. So the company, gets the difference between $23.51 and $18.50. But then the bill rate per hour for overtime is $35.27. What is the pay rate for overtime?
Okay, so it's time and a half, whatever that calculation comes out to be. We got your email late yesterday,
Yeah.
and I'll make sure we reply to
Okay.
you. But nevertheless, it's overtime, it's time and a half. So
Okay.
the pay rate, it was $18.50, and it's time and a half from that was what the overtime rate is.
But then the markup rate's 50%?
Yes.
So if you took 50% of 35.27, it'd be less than the pay rate. Is that?
I don't have a calculator in front of me. I just know that the markup rate, yes, it's 27% for the regular rate, and then overtime is 50%. Out of all the 5 companies, this particular company had the cheapest markup rate.
Yeah, I noticed we're going from Dover to Abacus from.
We also used Abacus last year as well. We
Yes,
used
but
both.
not for the whole staffing. So this is a change.
It's a change because they did a
The
great
lowest
job
bidder.
and they're the lowest bidder.
I totally get that. I guess my concern is when we use temp agencies, which I've listened to years ago, back in 2022, 2021 timeframe, we were told that you had to pay benefits and all of that. But when I went to go visit some early voting locations in other counties, in Cobb and Gwinnett, they don't use staffing for our actual, they use temp agencies for couriers, which the markup rate there is 37%. They use it for supplies and couriers, but not for actual election workers. And Gwinnett, for instance, early voting has 2 teams of election workers. They work odd days, one team works even days, so then you're not paying overtime. You're also, this contract, over almost $1 million of the 2.5 is going to the temp agency. And I just think when we are also going to have other approvals of contracts, 1.156 if it's a runoff, 3 million, you're going to come back to us later for that. At that rate, why can't we hire seasonal employees like the other counties do?
I can't speak for the other counties. It's my understanding that they also use temporary staff at the levels that we do. But we had asked that question to HR. It is too heavy of a load for them to do that work. I believe we discussed that years ago. So that's why we're still with temporary agencies. And we also have a few employees that do come through HR.
Okay. Well, my understanding in talking with Gwinnett and Cobb, they are forbidden from using temp agencies, at least in their counties, to actually handle ballots. They can use temp agencies for warehousing work, that type of stuff, supply and logistics. I physically went and visited locations and talked to their BRE members at those locations and watched the implementation of the early voting to see if they had any lines or any kind of issues or something like that. But I just look at a real cost savings for us if we really want to look at trimming our election costs. We've never gotten that answer, why we spend so much money per voter versus other counties. I'd really like to get that looked into if we could, as well as the models they use. If we're spending $3 million on a temp agency, we certainly can hire staff, full-time staff in our HR department, I would think, for cheaper and to save the taxpayer dollars. But you have nothing to do with that. No, I'm just making that statement. I don't expect you to answer, but thank you for coming down today.
Commissioner Ivory?
Madam Director, considering all of the scrutiny on Fulton County elections and also the wonderful accolades that you received for this past election period in 2024, are you confident that you've made the best decision utilizing taxpayer dollars for this upcoming Public Service Commission, and this is why you made this recommendation to the board?
Yes, ma'am. So we have gone through the budget as a team. We trimmed as much as we could, but we believe that the staffing levels that we have chosen will make us run efficient elections.
And that it will come, this election for Public Service Commission and municipal elections will have the same result as the 2024 elections, which was an A+ rating for the way they were operated.
Yes, that is our goal.
All right, thank you.
Other comments? Or the motion on the floor is to adopt. Let's vote, please. I'm sorry, Mr. Ellis.
I had one question. Why do we do these in multiple procurements?
Good morning, Felicia Strong-Whitaker. We're doing them in multiple procurements because the state, we're utilizing the statewide contract, and their annual year is different than the counties. Their contracts run from July to June, and our fiscal year is January to December. So we have to bring them back because their contract expires in June 30th. And so we have to bring it back.
I know, but we got other things we piggyback off statewide contracts on for like full years and stuff, though.
No, a lot of their contracts are June to July. So
I realize that, but I mean, don't we have other state things that we're using statewide procurement for that we only do once?
And some of those are for one-time procurements.
Okay, so this can't be considered a one-time procurement or structured that kind of way?
They're structured
I mean,
that way.
it just seems somewhat duplicative that we're doing it, we're having a repeat conversation, and it becomes confusing. I mean, And we've got this on like 2 or 3 elections items, right?
We do.
So, all right, okay. Thanks.
All right, let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 1 nay.
Next item.
25-0198, presentation of the Fulton County Operational Report.
Just for brevity, we'll have no introduction today. I do want to take note that Dr. Paxton is here with us, and I want to thank her, and that'll be a special part of this presentation. I'm sitting next to Dr. Toomey yesterday at the Capitol. I told him how thankful we were to have Dr. Paxton, and I'm sure you will as well when she comes down. On the Capitol per se, when Jessica comes up, there is a tremendous amount of moving parts. So I hope you'll be interested in that report. And then, of course, as Steve starts his presentation, we will be talking about the main thing again, which ultimately is the jails, the performance of the system, but it is the work that Steve's doing for the long term and the work that Joe's doing on the short term. So Steve, let me turn that over to you.
Thank you, County Manager. We go to the next slide. In Steve Naraki Strategy Office, we will begin with the Justice System Scorecard, a monthly update. The average length of stay in February saw a small increase of 4 days, growing to 44 days for the month. Next, for the unindicted population, you'll recall from the previous meeting, we were not able to collect this data as it is a very intensive manual process. However, we have taken great strides and had a couple of breakthroughs in automating this information, and we're looking to resume reporting our unindicted population for the April ops report. For the clearance rate for felony criminal cases saw a 14% improvement for the month, up to 53%. And felony cases disposed within 180 and 365 days both saw decreases down to 18% and 49% respectively. Next slide. Next, we'll move to our jail population update. Looking at the average monthly jail population, February saw an uptick in the average population up to 2,515. The level is remaining consistent with a one-day snapshot of 2,520 inmates at the midpoint of March. Next slide. Here's the chart representation of the previous slide. We can go to the next one. Next, we have the facility utilization for the jail population. Occupancy also remains largely consistent compared to the previous month, with about 1,670 beds in use at Rice Street as of March 12th, and also with about 201 beds undergoing blitz repairs. Next slide. And here we have an update on our county-funded ankle monitoring program. 820 participants are on monitors as of February 28th. 65% or 537 participants have been on a monitor for under a year, marking a 5% improvement from last month. And conversely, 35% or 283 have been on a monitor for over 1 year, also marking that same 5% improvement. Next slide. And next, we have our monthly update of the jail capital improvement program. Looking at the table on the top left, we have made significant progress since our report from last month with our program management team, or PMT, completing on-site facility assessments at Rice Street, the Marietta and South Annexes, and the Atlanta City Detention Center, or ACDC. The focus areas of these assessments were all at all building exteriors, the interior doors and finishes, plumbing and water distribution, mechanical and HVAC, fire systems, electrical and lighting, and security. Looking at the upcoming activities, the PMT has now begun drafting their report of the findings for each facility. And to help with our eventual review of the report, the PMT is mapping their findings to the county's priority scale, which is to say what the level of criticality is for each of the findings, as well as our categories, the categories the county uses, specifically DREAM, which includes things like life safety, security, regulatory, or capital renewal. We've also directed the PMT to highlight any findings that overlap with the DOJ consent decree. And while they're developing their findings report, they'll also be conducting baseline cost estimates for each of the proposed improvements. We expect all this report drafting to carry us into late April, and at that point, we'll begin working through the different options and scenarios to develop the final program scope, which we'll bring back to the board as a recommendation. Next slide. And last, I'll give you an update on our priorities. As mentioned, we anticipate reporting the unindicted population on the scorecard again next month, nearing automation of that process. We plan by the May Ops report to begin tracking and reporting on pending Superior Court cases and the aging of those cases. And finally, we continue to have productive conversations with Superior Court to identify case management strategies and develop the framework for reporting, something that we're hoping to roll out by the midpoint of this year. And with that, I can take any questions.
Any questions?
I have a
Commissioner
question.
Thorne?
There's a public comment made about the average length of stay, and your calculations are in the 44-day range, whereas the DOJ was in the 200-something range. Can you speak to that?
Yes, ma'am. The way we calculate the average length of stay, we are counting any individual that has left the jail. And so that is how we were able to pinpoint precisely how long they stayed in the jail. And then it's an average of the population for the month. I'm not sure what, I don't know specifically what calculations say the DOJ report or others where it's more in the like hundreds to 200 days. I think what they're doing is taking a snapshot of all inmates that are currently in the jail. It's not being driven down by those that would bond out after one day, which is driving down our number that's more in the 40s, because again, we're counting every person that has exited the jail. Whereas where you have numbers in the 200s, that's every person currently in the jail. And that's where you get that disparity.
And the goal is 30 days. Is that goal calculated the same way as we're calculating?
We believe that 30 days links to the way we calculate it, where it's individuals that have exited the facility or exited the jail.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Because we are in the middle of a,
Commissioner Ivory?
thank you, Mr. Chairman, learning every day. So because we are in the middle of the consent decree and trying to provide accurate information to the public about what is happening, is there some way that we can, you can or we can speak with the Department of Justice to get a one method of calculation as to average length of stay? If that is not possible, then can we have a descriptor as to what Fulton County considers an average length of stay versus what the Department of Justice considers an average length of stay, so that when these reports become public people can understand that discrepancy? Because
Yes,
it's a big discrepancy.
Yes, Commissioner Ivory, and something we can also do is add, not only put the descriptor, but also add that new measure that's showing inmates currently, or the measure calculating inmates currently in jail versus those that have exited. So that's something we can add to the report.
Okay, thank you.
Other comments? So just a minute.
Yes,
So
sir.
most of you have seen, I believe, hopefully you have, the resolution that has been introduced by Councilmember Lewis that basically seeks to terminate our contract with the city regarding ACDC, the city jail. And that goes before the Public Safety Committee, I believe, on Monday. So Mr. Manager and others, do we plan to monitor that or make comments at it in opposition to it, or just what?
I think the plan is to monitor it. I don't know, unless directed by the board, we would not plan to make any comments, I don't think, at that meeting. Because I'm not sure if that's a consensus view, one individual's view, and it's inconsistent.
Five, I think four or five signed it, as I understand.
Right. But it still may be grossly inconsistent with discussions that we're having with the city of Atlanta. So again, you would have to direct us. Right now, we don't plan to make comments there.
Okay, Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Chairman, we have some stakeholders that are going to be not only present there, but are going to publicly say what the ramifications will be if that happens. So my office is closely monitoring that. I have had an opportunity to talk with some of the city council members that even though they have not voiced a for or against, they feel as though it is kind of a retreat or withdrawal of a good faith effort for us to try to handle the overcrowding situation, because at some point we did have an understanding with them. And so I'm not sure how this is going to pan out. I'm not sure that there are votes there for it to, based on my preliminary conversations, for it to pass, but I will be monitoring it as well and have them monitoring it.
Okay. Commissioner Ivory?
I do think it would be a good idea for us to be somebody on behalf of Fulton County to be at the meeting on Monday, because does this not have a direct impact on the legislation right now at the state level regarding ACDC and Fulton County? Because how would, since we don't know how that is going to turn out, a vote in favor of us beginning any sort of withdrawal when we don't have an answer to what is happening at the state level seems to put us in direct conflict. That's one. And then the interpretation of the intergovernmental agreement may be misinformed as to the council person that wrote this up. And so I'd like to know from the county attorney or just from the county manager if we have sort of a basis of what we feel about this to be there just in case we need to voice it.
What I plan to do during the executive session today is to give an update on the negotiations where we stand.
Yep. Thank you.
All right, next section is update on the jail blitz plan. Mr. Davis.
Good morning, Commissioners. So as it relates to the jail blitz, we are at the 64% completion mark, with 7 of 11 housing units having been completed, the latest having been completed on February the 10th. There's a remaining bullet on this slide from previous reports regarding a delay that has been resolved. We are currently working in housing unit 7 North, and as of early yesterday afternoon, we set tomorrow afternoon as our final inspection for all work on 7 North. All the work that's listed in the sub-bullets there have been completed, and as a result, we are projected to complete tomorrow as indicated on the final bullet there. This particular unit will provide the sheriff's office with the much-needed flexibility that he's been lacking due to the classification of inmates. Following 7 North, we will be moving to across the hall, if you will, to 7 South, and we're still projecting June of 2025 of this year to complete the program. Next slide, please. As you heard Mr. Nowaki indicate, there are 201 beds that are currently unavailable at Rice Street, the Rice Street facility, due to active blitz work. Those 201 beds are on 7 North, which is a maximum classification housing unit. As I indicated from the previous slide, we anticipate completing that tomorrow, with any final finishing points to be done after our inspection, thereby giving the sheriff's office the weekend to prepare to move inmates into that housing unit. All of the zones that are listed in the table shown will be addressed in upcoming blitz phases. Next slide. This is a jail maintenance work order overview for the month of February of 2025. We completed 82.3% of all work orders that were issued in the month of February. 85 of the remainder were completed in the month of March, or at least through March 13th, for a total through March 13th of 89.1%. There was a grand total of 1,290 work orders completed through March 13th by our maintenance provider. We continue to see an uptick in our ability to complete preventive maintenance. We are now completing, as of the month of February, those that were scheduled. These are work orders, preventive maintenance work orders that are scheduled according to when they're due by the manufacturer. There were 341 scheduled. We completed 89% of those. We have a work order backlog as of March 13th of 1,501 work orders. This represents a 10% reduction from our last monthly report. There are 588 work orders that are in the upcoming blitz areas, which require detainee movement in order to address those work orders. And as you can see, this information is graphically depicted in detail below. Before going to the next slide, each of you should have received a copy of a slide that was not a part of this presentation. It was not submitted in time to make the agenda. It is a jail work order backlog. We had a request during our last meeting to provide a sense of work order backlog by age. What you have before you, in reference to the 588 work orders, that represents 39% of all total open work orders. And as has already been stated, those are all in upcoming blitz areas that require inmate movement in order to move forward. We have 406 open work orders that are less than 30 days old, which represents 27% of all our total open work orders. We have 507 work orders that are between 30 and 90 days, so that actually captures a 60-day period, which represents 33% of the total open work orders. There's a chart in the lower left-hand corner of the slide that you have in your possession that details each of those periods from less than 30, 30 to 60, 60 to 90, and 90 plus. Next slide, please. This is an update on our immediate repairs. The fire alarm upgrade, we were notified by the vendor that there is a back order on particularly the metal casings for the panels that are going to be installed. They've pushed the start date back to May 19th with a completion of early August 2025. As you can see, the padded cells in the South Annex have been completed. We have placed the order with the vendor for the kitchen equipment that was determined to be of immediate urgency in terms of replacement. We expect those to be delivered and installed by April 21st. Due to the impact of recent tariffs, we've had to go back and get revised proposals on laundry equipment. However, the current equipment, as has previously been mentioned, is currently fully functional. The elevator modernization, we have received the specifications that were needed or construction drawings that are needed for the modernization. We received those on 3/14. We have a meeting scheduled on Monday with the consultant to review some of their, most importantly, security recommendations, which might represent a slight change from how security in the elevators is currently being handled. We will be including the sheriff's office personnel so that they can make the final decision as security squarely falls in their purview. As soon as we have that meeting on Monday, we'll be moving forward with the solicitation documents being prepared for advertising, and in roughly about 2 weeks.
Hey, Joe, could you just comment for the benefit of everyone how you relate to us, the elevator fragility in and of itself? In other words, some of it is pure maintenance related, the hydraulics. Some of it is lack of care, pushing carts in and out, which knock the doors out of whack. Could you just comment on how all that, in other words, the kind of challenges that come up with elevators, partly due to age and partly due to use?
Yes, sir. So our elevators in the jail, we have 14, I believe. I can't think of the correct number off the top of my head. But they take a severe beating due to the daily movement of medical carts, food carts, cleaning supplies and materials and so forth. And so literally yesterday, we discussed with the sheriff's office 2 kitchen elevators that were down, and that presents a very unique problem for the sheriff's office as it relates to the delivery of food to the housing towers. We were able to get one back up and running, but I received a report yesterday afternoon that the reason one of them had gone down was that the doors had been severely damaged due to impacts of carts. The vendor was able to manipulate the doors and get them back in working order so that it would not inhibit the movement of the elevator. We should have a quote for the other today. But we have spent a substantial amount of money over the last couple of years on elevator vandalism repairs due to the activity. And one of the things that we've done, I'm sure you all have heard about all the housing elevator issues that we've had over time. And we installed or paid for a much more sensitive alarm system, if you will, or sensor system on the elevator doors, so that now if you are within 8 inches of the door will not close, which is one of the issues that we've had. You're loading a cart in, the door closes, it bangs on a heavy cart. Now someone's trying to move it and it gets the doors off track. I happened to tour the jail not too long ago and saw this repeatedly, that these sensors have significantly reduced the problems that we have in the housing elevators, and it will certainly be something that we consider as we move forward with the modernization. But since we've installed those sensors, our housing elevators haven't gone down, and that's been a couple of months now, so that's been a successful upgrade. But we get a lot of damage, and when you're talking about elevators, a damaged door may seem like it's just a damaged door, but before it gets to the point where it affects the complete operation of the elevator, it's putting stress on other parts. And so that is one of the things that happens. And unfortunately, we're in a market now for these specialty parts where we have extremely long lead times. And so we're hoping, we've asked for an expedited repair of the hydraulic pump parts that are preventing that second elevator in the kitchen from working. Next slide. Any questions?
You want to wait?
I just want to make a statement, Chairman, if you don't mind. Thank you for the work that you're doing. I know we heard a very passionate plea on behalf of a family today, and I understand things do happen, and my heart goes out to anyone who is injured. But I do want to say openly, and even to people that have texted me, you all do everything in your power to make sure things are functioning, working as such. You all have no control over lack of any oversight or care or making sure that inmates don't have an option to tear up something. That is not in your purview. That is not something that you control. And so I just wanted to go on record, not only saying thank you for what you do, but to understand, I believe this whole entire board is sympathetic to any time anybody in law enforcement is injured. But I'm also sympathetic to anybody who dies in that jail, regardless of whether they're law enforcement or not. But do not want a picture painted that more money will keep someone alive, because we've put millions of dollars there and the deaths have continued. And so I wanted, excuse me, Chairman, I don't mean to be long-winded, but because I'm receiving texts, I wanted to thank you for what you all are doing, but I also wanted to say this issue, hopefully with the DOJ and the monitors, we'll get to where we need to be. But you all are doing a very good job on behalf of Fulton County for what you need to be doing. And I just wanted to publicly say, County Manager, thank you.
Commissioner Thorne, you want to be heard now?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I concur with your thoughts and opinions, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. If we had a new jail, would we still have vandalism?
Yes, that's an unfortunate aspect of detention, regardless of the age.
Regardless if it's a new building or old building. So when you're going through and blitzing and making these repairs, are you having to go back to newly blitzed areas and repair them as well, work orders on them?
At times, yes, ma'am.
If we were to, when we renovate this current jail, will it be up to the standards with vandal-proof materials as much as possible?
Yes, that is definitively our goal, to employ technology and materials that are suitable and have been doing so even as we have progressed in the blitz. But we hope to do so on a much more whole
cell basis.
And one of your pictures, or you have it on there twice, it looks like a metal door with a lock that's been pried open and created a hole in I assume that's a steel door, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So that's an inmate trying to get the parts out of the door.
That's an inmate attempting, that door and lock is to a pipe chase that is in between each cell. That pipe chase has air conditioning, ductwork, plumbing parts, all the operating mechanisms of the toilets of 2 cells on either side. So there is a ton of iron and steel behind that door. And the inmates have attempted to use whatever they can to try to pry open those doors to get into those spaces. I will tell you that we have, to the point of using new ideas to try to prevent these pieces of acts of vandalism, we went out to the Clayton County Jail where they had a solution for this exact same problem. We have implemented that. Our vendor is in the process of installing a new lock that prevents the inmates from having access to the latch bolt. Won't prevent them from trying and possibly bending things, but they certainly will not have the level of ease that they do now when they're trying to get in these pipe chases.
When you say the level of ease to get in the pipe chase, how long do you think it would take somebody to make that hole in the door? And do you know what they're using? Are they using a fork, a knife that they get at the cafeteria, or what materials are they using to make that hole? Or you may not be able to answer. I don't want to put you on the spot.
Unfortunately, I'm not able to answer that. I can only say that they are getting some type of metal material that allows them to pry. This picture shows one way in which they're trying to do this. There's another way. If you look at the outside edge of the frame there, what they try to do is separate the frame from the concrete block that allows them to get behind the leading edge of the door and access the latch bolt. This is a picture of someone trying to take a direct route to the latch bolt, but the most common means of doing so is through the frame after they chisel out concrete and get behind the latch bolt. And so this solution that we're now doing, even if they were to do that, they will not be able to get to the latch bolt because the locking mechanism is no longer a part of the inner working of the door.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for all the work you're doing.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Ms. Barrett?
I just had a quick question. Thank you for giving us that new page with the jail work order backlog. I think that's very helpful to get a good picture of what's going on and how much work you guys have to do and have done. The 588 work orders that are greater than 90 days that you mentioned that are all part of upcoming blitz areas, I fully understand. We're sort of holding off on those because you're going to get them sort of all at one time as you do those blitzes, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So there's 507, the 283 and 224 in the middle range there that are over 30 days and then over 60 days. What is really the reason for that number? Is it supplies that are not available? I mean, I know they're all different, but what's the predominant reason, I guess, is the question.
I would have to answer that by saying there is no predominant reason. There are multiple factors. One, shipping times and lead times for metal parts and things of that nature. Special detention products are a specialty item that, unfortunately, are in high demand. We get a lot of attention at our jail, but unfortunately, our problems are nationwide. And so you have a handful of vendors east of the Mississippi that do this work. So a lot of times these work orders require a contractor, and we may not be able to get on the contractor's schedule for quite some time. There are opportunities where we don't have an opportunity to get chances where we don't have an opportunity to get access for whatever the reason may be to address the work order, which means now we've got to move on to the next item and then come back and be diligent to come back. The vendor has actually been very good about coming back and getting to work orders. It could very well be that we are planning to do something different and we're researching what's the best way. I gave you the pipe chase lock scenario. So there might be some things that we're able to do differently that we hold off on a particular work order that may be multiple work orders, which is why it's been converted to a project. But for statistical purposes, it's still showing as an open work order. There's just a myriad of things that go into it. There have been lulls in staffing with our maintenance provider, just like we have lulls in staffing in the county at times. So there's a lot of factors that go into it.
Okay, thank you for that, appreciate it.
Other questions or comments? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Paxton and her team. Welcome, Dr. Paxton.
In the morning. And just to let everyone know that even though I will be the sole person up here giving the presentation, I did bring my stellar department heads, so if you have questions, they can go into greater depth than I can. So as you'll see if we have the next slide, I'm starting off to talk about two things that have been in the news a lot recently and people ask me about all the time. So one is the ongoing, it's an update on measles, and the third one is about bird flu. People have been asking me a lot of things about that, so I'm going to make sure to include that. But here's what I'm going to be going over today. But I want to emphasize, this is really just a small portion of what the Board of Health and Public Health does every day. I'm just bringing up things that I thought that you might want to hear about, but we have a lot more going on than that. So to go on to the measles overview of the next slide, I just want to remind everybody what measles is, that measles is really it's a public health nightmare because it's one of the most highly contagious viruses that we have, that we deal with. The classic thing that people think about with measles, I think, is the rash, and so it's what measles has, it produces this rash, also a cough and a runny nose and all that. But it's not necessarily in that order. Oftentimes, measles first presents and looks like, a run-of-the-mill flu or sort of thing. And why is that a problem? It's a problem because this occurs mainly in kids, their parents take them multiple places, like an urgent care, then to an ER, or the pediatric office. And so once it's found that this person has measles, we in public health have to swing into gear and investigate all contacts that could have happened across multiple spaces. And we've had to do that at least 3 times in the past year. Again, I think some of you realize that I also am the district health director right now for Gwinnett. And so between Gwinnett and Fulton, we've been doing, it's cost many dollars and lots of time. But these are the major symptoms. It's the cough, the runny nose, the red eyes, these Koplik spots, and this fever and rash. It is prevented by the measles vaccine, so commonly the measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine. And why is this such a nightmare? It's because it is spread through coughing, sneezing, and it can linger in the air for up to 2 hours. So you can walk into some place that doesn't have, the person isn't in, he or she hasn't been in there for 2 hours, and you can be infected by measles. Can I have the next slide? And this next slide is going to kind of show you a little bit about, I want you to remember this because it's going to come in when I start talking about herd immunity. There is some people might have heard about an epidemiologic concept called R0. And that is simply, it means that the number of people without immunity, who can be infected by one person, okay? And so this little graph shows you what do we know about for different diseases. So for the 1918 flu epidemic, which remember killed millions of people across the globe, it has an R0 of 2, which means that one infected person with flu would, customarily infect 2 other people. So with COVID, that R0 is 3. For HIV, it's about 4. Chickenpox, we're getting more, more infections. About one person can infect up to 12 unimmunized people. Mumps, about 14, and then measles is 19. So you know, if you look, this is just math. So if you had, like, let's say the entire world that is unvaccinated against measles, theoretically, you could probably infect everybody in the world in only a few cycles, okay? So that's why, and this is, I'm gonna come back to this later, that's why when I say that in order to have herd immunity, which I think many of you you know about that concept. It's that if you have enough protection in the community to protect even those who are not vaccinated, for measles, it has to be about 95%. For polio, which is also a bad disease, it only has to be like 80% because it's not as infectious as measles. Can I have the next slide, please? So what is the current situation? This is what, you know, obviously I think a lot of you are aware that there is a measles outbreak going on in southwestern United States, Texas primarily, and now cases in New Mexico. This slide obviously is already a little outdated because at the moment, as of yesterday, there are about 279 cases that are part of this outbreak. The vast majority of these are in young people, and almost all of them are in people who have been unvaccinated. 17% of these cases have required hospitalization. And what I meant to mention was that what we know about measles, and it's on your slide, so I'm just saying it's something you've already seen, is that among people who have measles, about 1 in 5 end up needing to be hospitalized. And about 1 in 10 children with measles are going to develop, you know, ear infections that can lead to hearing loss. And about 1 in 20 will develop pneumonia. And I think it's about 1 in 1,000 will develop encephalitis, and then others, and about 1 in 1,000 will die. Okay, so those are just, you know, important things to remember about measles. So back to this outbreak, we've had so far 2 deaths have been reported. You know, one in a child in Texas and an adult in New Mexico, and both individuals were unvaccinated. Now the next slide is also, again, a little bit outdated now because it's showing what annual measles cases in the US have been. Back in 2000, we actually, when I say we, I mean it was declared, measles was declared to be eradicated in the United States. Well, not exactly now. And so now we're up to, you know, we're having this ongoing measles outbreak as of now. So up to about almost 280 cases as of yesterday. Now, can I have the next slide? Now, I just wanted to bring up, you know, to just make sure that some people know about these very important things. We're talking about vaccinations, but also want to talk about vitamin A because that's also been a lot in the news of people wanting to know about, you know, vitamin A and all that. And it's important to know that we've known for a long time that actually being infected with measles rapidly depletes vitamin A stores. And so giving a person who has measles, giving them vitamin A is very important. So it's an important part of treatment. But what we really need to get everyone to understand is that vitamin A does not prevent measles. So if you have adequate or even inadequate stores of vitamin A, and you replete that by taking vitamin A, it's not going to prevent you from getting measles. The other thing is that people are not usually thinking about giving high doses of vitamin A can be toxic. Vitamin A is one of those vitamins that can be stored in certain organs, in particular liver. You can have actual toxicity caused by overdosing. And we have seen that with misguided parents, like giving high doses of vitamin A to their children in the misguided belief that this is somehow going to protect them. And we've seen kids that have had toxicity from this. So again, I'm just coming back down to the core message is that the best and safest way to prevent measles is through vaccination. So next slide, please. So the MMR, the measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine is highly effective at preventing measles. We have over 50 years worth of data on this. And even I'm throwing out sort of factoids on you, there's been a good estimate made that in those 50 years, about 94 million cases of measles have been prevented by this vaccine. And so it's simply the simple schedule of how you get it is the first dose is given between the ages of 12 and 15 months, and the second dose is given at 4 to 6 years. We do not normally give it to children under the age of 12. We do not give it to people who are immune compromised because the measles vaccine is a live but attenuated, which means sort of neutered virus, but it's still a live virus. So we do not give it to people who are immune compromised in any way, HIV, anything like that. That getting even the first dose, just one dose, is 93% effective at preventing measles. And if you give them the second dose, it brings it up to 97% effective. And usually fully vaccinated individuals are protected for a lifetime by these doses. Let's see, could I have the next slide, please? All right, so let's talk about vaccine coverage. And I'm going to remind you, this goes back to the slide I showed you about the R0. And so in order to have herd immunity, or to have reliable herd immunity for measles, you have to have like 95% of your population, immunized, protected in some ways. And and so in Georgia, our rates have been falling, and so now we are below the 95%. We're about 88.4% among kindergartners in Georgia. And this isn't on your slide, but I'll just bring it up. It's sort of an illustration of how fast you go to hell in a handbasket if, when vaccination rates fall precipitously. And so I'm going to talk, some of you might have heard about the outbreak that occurred in Samoa, American Samoa, only 5 years ago. And this was, I think the first case was September 30th of 2019. What happened is that there had been vaccine coverage in the American Samoa had fallen to somewhere less than 50%. American Samoa, I didn't know about this before, but it has a population of about 200,000, which is, think about it, that's half the population of Atlanta. Okay, so in a population that is half the size of where we are currently sitting right now, they had a measles case was brought in. They think it was from New Zealand, and within a space of time of, we're talking like month. This whole outbreak took about 2 or 3 months. They had 5,700 people hospitalized and 83 people died in a population that was less than the population of Atlanta. And so, and it was because they didn't have enough immunity. They had vaccination rates. Obviously, there's nothing that, gets your attention more than your child dying. And so they were able to then quickly bring up they had a mass immunization campaign, and they quickly brought up those vaccination rates, and they stopped the epidemic. So about the vaccine adverse effects, these effects are very rare, and most people don't have any symptoms at all. The symptoms are usually like soreness, redness, or swelling when the shot was given. And because, again, this is a live but softened, attenuated virus, it kind of mimics to a small degree actual disease, the actual infection. And so that's why sometimes some kids, or who gets it, will get a mild rash, or they'll get a fever and all that, temporary pain or stiffness in the joints. But again, these do not occur very frequently, and they're very temporary. And I can't believe I have to keep saying this, but I'll get up here and say it as many times as it's said to be. There is no evidence that the MMR vaccine causes autism. But in contrast, there's a great deal of evidence that it does not. And I can give you the reference to like a recent study published in 2019, I believe, in the Annals of Internal Medicine, done in Denmark, where they have a really good surveillance system. They followed like 650,000 kids over a decade and looked at this, and they definitively said no link between us. And there's there's many others, but I'll keep saying it for as long as I need to say it, as people, as long as it keeps coming up. So that's what I have to say about measles. So I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next slide. Just shows you where we are with the flu, seasonal flu. And so, we're at that, we're in March, heading into April. So as expected, flu rates are coming down. Red in this graph shows how we compare to other years. I always advise people to get the flu vaccine every year when it comes out. I get it. My entire family gets it. And, it's not, obviously, it needs to be changed. It needs to be, they make predictions every year about what circulating flu strain is going to be there. And it's not 100% protective vaccine by any means, but it definitely can reduce the odds of getting flu and, of course, of being hospitalized. So that's where we are right now. We're at the red line. It's coming down, which is good. Next slide, please. Bird flu. All right. This is another thing that you might have heard about in the news a lot. And bird flu is not like, it's not exactly like the seasonal flu. The way that it's transmitted is very different. Apparently, these birds can be like little pockets of infection. And if they're infected, their feces, their saliva, their exhalation can all contain this virus. And so, but again, it is at the moment, it is primarily confined to birds. And we have not yet had any documented human-to-human transmission. We have had people who have been infected. These people have been all in the poultry industry or the animal husbandry. And so they have been not wearing the recommended PPE, so they've been and working with infected birds, infected cattle, and they have been infected that way. But none of those people have then gone on to transmit to a human. And most of those cases have been mild, but I believe that 2 people have died. One was, I believe, was immunocompromised and all that. I believe that. But at the moment, we have not had what of course we as public health people worry about is we always worry about things jumping species, and so jumping from birds into humans and then taking off from there. So that's kind of the update, and the symptoms there, as you can see, look very much like your regular flu: headaches, runny nose, body aches, eye redness, coughing, fatigue, sore throat. Those are pretty standard. But at the moment, so we're really, really watching that. And you can see on the next slide, it's going to show you that these are the states that have been most affected, and you see it's primarily been on the West Coast and primarily in California. And here in Georgia, we haven't had any cases, but of course it's an active topic of monitoring. So we've got our there's a system in place for testing. Particularly people who we're particularly on the lookout for. If somebody reports flu-like illnesses, anybody who's hospitalized is actually also getting tested who's hospitalized for flu is getting tested for bird flu. And if anybody who has who perhaps has a backyard flock and reports flu-like illnesses, we're encouraging testing and all that. So we're monitoring, but so far no cases, which is a good thing. So on to the next one, we're going to talk about environmental health updates. And I'm looking at Commissioner Ellis because, I think it was over a year or so, you didn't bring it to our attention, we knew about this, but it was like we were behind in our restaurant inspections. And so we came and we talked about what we were doing to bring that up to date. And so I just wanted to give a report back to you all that we have made substantial strides in that, because at that point I think we were coming out of COVID, and we had some restaurants that hadn't been inspected for about 2 years. That's all gone. So all inspections from 2023 and prior have been completed. And we're now in the middle of inspecting all the 2024 past due facilities, and expect that we're going to be totally finished with that and completely up to date by this fall. So within the next 6 months or so, we should be finished with all that. And so restaurants are usually inspected 1 to 2 times a year. Then we had a question from Mr. Anderson about pools. Where are we with that? And so we added this to the thing, is that the seasonal pools, we inspect them once a year. So obviously before the pool season, opens up like in May. And then for indoor pools and pools that are open year round, they're usually inspected twice a year. Okay. All right, so can I have the next slide? So I'm going to talk a little bit about, as I said, I'm only highlighting certain things we do. And I'm going to talk about the Office of Emergency Preparedness. And next slide. And so this office, we call EP, of course, it's comprised primarily of 4 programs. They do a whole lot more than this, but their big programs are at one. the public health emergency preparedness. And this is to really ensure that we, the public health professionals who are working on this, are aware of what we need to do to be prepared and to know what our specific responsibilities are during a public health emergency. So that's working with us to make sure that we know what we're supposed to be doing. Then we work more broadly. We have the healthcare preparedness program, and that is to make sure that the healthcare system itself is ready to save lives. And through this support we have regional healthcare coalitions. And so that is what the HPP program. Then we have the City Readiness Initiative, and this program prepares jurisdictions to be able to respond to large public health emergencies with life-saving medicines and medical supplies. And those can cover the gamut. That can cover epidemics like COVID. That can cover if there is, like the exercise we had, which was looking at a simulated explosion of a radioactive bomb over the Chattahoochee. And so there was a huge, exercise to make sure that we were prepared for such a big thing like that. And so we do a lot along those lines. And the next slide. And of course, we have our opioid program, in which we educate, we communicate, we coordinate with people who are working, all the frontline people on this. We do social services, and we work with the public to give them a lot of information about harm reduction and actual tools such as fentanyl test strips, Narcan to reverse opioid overdoses, and links to treatment resources. Can I have the next slide, please? So those are the main 4 categories, but again, doesn't touch everything we do. But they're out and about all the time. When they work at events such as the Pride Festival and Parade, the AIDS Walk. We do a lot of training on stop the bleed training, because it's actually important to know if you're like at a car accident and all that, or you come across that, how can you stop? Because somebody can bleed out within minutes. And so we have a lot of training on what you can do to stop the bleed. We have a lot of these exercises, these training drills, such as a terrorist attack. How would we in public health respond to that? So they have lots of full-scale exercises about that. Next slide, please. And this is just giving, as we call it, a year in a glance, what we've done over the past year. So obviously, the size of Fulton, how many residents are here, but we have distributed, as of that point now, it's of course more, like over 1,500 fentanyl test strips. We have distributed over 2,400 Narcan sprays. We, of course, continue to do COVID vaccines and other vaccines. We have distributed over 4,000 items of personal protective equipment to the community. We've been to 60-plus community events. And we have increased our emergency preparedness staff and continue to do a lot of training, because you never know when the emergency is going to come, because that's what an emergency is. And so we have to be sure that we are prepared and ready to go. Next slide. And this is a specific request, too, about what are we doing with the World Cup preparedness? And so, again, I have my director here in case you have more questions to ask. But all of our environmental health team, our epidemiology team, and our emergency preparedness staff have gone through all the required training to be ready for this. And we recognize that even though a lot of these events are going to be happening just in the Atlanta area, Fulton alone cannot handle it. If you're going to bring in all these food trucks and all that. So it's actually a cross-metro initiative. And I can say, particularly from Gwinnett, I'm up there every week, and they are ready to help out with all the inspections that are going to be needed. So this is all of public health coming together, because it's not just food inspections, but we have to be prepared for terrorism events or all that. It's a huge opportunity. If I were a terrorist, I'd be looking at this. So we have to be ready for that. And so we are preparing across the districts, but I'll say particularly Fulton, because this is our backyard. Okay, the next one. Now I'm just going to do for the last area that I'm talking about for today are women's health services. Next thing. And again, this is just even just a small portion of what we do with our health services. So we're three main programs talking about today is our breast and cervical cancer program, in which we do the recommended cervical and breast screening. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to promote early diagnosis and treatment, because that is your best chance of saving a life. And then we help with case management and helping patients navigate through the services, because obviously we don't provide cancer treatment. But we will help a person who needs it to navigate, to get those services to navigate through them. Then, of course, we have family planning. So we do all the exams, the labs. We provide the contraceptive service, because we want every pregnancy to be a planned pregnancy, and so that's what we're working towards. We have a very well-developed sexually transmitted infections program. So we do screening, we do education, we do treatment, and we're promoting prevention of sexually transmitted infections, including HIV for males and females, and then we will refer to other providers as is needed. Can I have the next slide, please? So the highlights for our breast and cervical, our BCCP program. It's been around since 1992. And so to basically, and who's our primary population? We want the uninsured and underinsured, who they have fewer options. We want to make sure that we are there for them. And so again, we're heavy access on early diagnosis and treatment. Next slide, please. Okay, so I just wanted, this is actually my final slide before the question slide. It's basically just to remind people of where we're located. So we are across the entire county, and we do lots of things. Again, we do children's health as well. We have a lot of early childhood programs that we work on. We have a travel clinic. We provide vaccinations from MMRs to COVID and other things. We have the women's health that I've talked to you about. So anyway, that is our how to get in touch with us. We have a website, the Fulton County Board of Health website. We have a number. If you call that number, and you can schedule your appointments through that. And of course, we have a QR code that people can use to be taken to our website. So the next question, the next slide is just basically if you have any questions.
All right, thank you, Dr. Paxton.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
I'll be quick, Chairman, thank you.
Yeah.
Dr. Paxton, thank you for all you do. I noticed that we're getting into snake season. And so what would be your suggestion? I've gotten not a lot of calls, but some people said, they think they may have a snake bite. What's the protocol? Do you call 911? Do you just go to the emergency room? And so if you could just give maybe a quick, maybe what would be the best thing to do in your opinion? Because having grown up here but spent a lot of time in the country, when it came to snake season, we didn't mess around.
Yeah.
But now, people can be out in their backyard, and get bit. So
sure,
I just wanted to ask you about that.
Okay, thanks. I didn't come prepared for that, but I am a doctor, so I'll tell you what I would do in the event of a snake bite is I would go to an emergency room. The thing about there's basic emergency measures you take for a snake bite. One is you kind of want to immobilize the area that was bitten, because you don't want to, you move it a lot, encouraging the venom to go around and all that. So anyway, you immobilize, then you get yourself to an emergency room. If possible, if you know what the type of snake was or able to, oftentimes people have killed it, and all that. I say take the snake in, to show to them. Don't try to catch the snake. But if you happen to have already killed it, take it, or if you have a picture of it, or you can describe it, that's good, because many of the snakes that we deal with, this isn't like Australia where half the insect and reptile populations try to kill you. Here, not every snake is a poisonous snake. So the more information you have and you can bring with you, then that's good. But I would not leave it up to chance. I would go and seek medical help and be ready to describe the circumstances, keep the part immobilized, seek care as soon as you can.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Thorne.
Thank you, Dr. Paxton, for coming down here. I just had a question on the measles vaccinations. You said 2 people had died, 1 child, 1 adult. Did they have any underlying conditions, or did they die purely from measles?
Yeah, I know, there's more information that's out in the public about the child who died. No, it was a perfectly healthy child.
Okay. And you don't know about the adult?
I just don't know.
Okay. And you covered a lot of ground, so that's, my questions are all over the place. Restaurant inspections, I think we solved the problem in Roswell. I want to thank your office for always being a part of that. And we think we've narrowed down to the culprit of the odor issues down there. And so I just want to thank you. I think you're going to do inspections quarterly for that one location.
I'm going to, are we going to do, is there a plan for quarterly?
Downtown Roswell, Canton Street.
Excuse me, sir, come on down if you're going to speak, please, sir.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, so I heard him say like twice a year, but he can, this is Dr. Leftwich, who is our Director of Environmental Health.
Good morning. Yes, for the Roswells, we'll do them twice a year.
Okay, but maybe it's our public works that is going to go in and just inspect this one restaurant to make sure they're cleaning out their grease traps.
Right, yes, for the grease traps, that's for the municipality, so public works will be checking that more frequently. But for as far as the kitchen goes, we'll do it twice a year.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for your responsiveness in that situation.
Yes, ma'am.
To us, appreciated. World Cup preparedness, have you been contacted by FIFA? To be able to coordinate, to know what other cities are doing, or how has that worked for you?
Well, Donald Porter is on his way down, he is our Director of Emergency Preparedness, and he has been our point person for all of these preparations. I'm giving him a chance to get to the mic. Here you go.
Hello, everyone. I'm Don Porter. Yes, we have been contacted with other cities. We worked with the city of Miami. They had the last interaction with the Club World Cup, which is for FIFA World Cup, and we are working with other cities.
Okay, great. Has FIFA directly worked with you?
They don't directly work with us, but they have been in contact with the City of Atlanta Office of Emergency Preparedness.
Okay, great. Just want to make sure we're set there. And final note, I just look forward to you getting a new facility in 4700 North Point Parkway and get out of your current facility.
Oh, well, again, that's only one of our facilities.
Yes,
and so,
yes.
I mean, so you mean we're moving from the other one that's right there to this new one. It's going to be beautiful. We worked a lot out of that facility during COVID, and I think it's gorgeous. And so we're, on track for being able to move our operations over there. So thank you to you, the board, and all that for everything you've done to make this possible.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ivory.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Paxton, thank you so much for all the work you do, for meeting with me, for giving me a tour and helping me to understand everything that's going on. Given the federal conversation that is so confusing about vaccinations and whether the misinformation that continues to come to us, if a parent in Fulton County is concerned about the mixture of information they're receiving about vaccinations, where do they exactly go in Fulton County to find out whether or not some accurate information about vaccinations?
Yeah, so well, the first thing we would do is always redirect people to our website. That is a place where you can get accurate information. And then, of course, we can give more information because sometimes people have they have specific questions. So we're happy if people need to call or email. I sometimes get emails from people who have a specific, question. And we want to make sure that people know that, where they can get the vaccinations. And so that's why we have that QR code and the number and all that, because we offer these vaccinations at all of our clinics.
Great. And I wanted to ask you a question about preparedness for FIFA. You said that you have been contacted by the emergency preparedness group in the city of Atlanta regarding our role in that emergency preparedness. Is that right?
That's correct. And we also work with AFCEMA, who is the county's emergency management agency. So all three of us have been working together.
Great. We're trying to make sure that we understand all of the ways that we're involved. So if you could send me an email, this FIFA activity will be happening in my district. If you could send me an email, mo.ivory@fultoncountygeorgia.gov with the names of the people who you've talked to in emergency preparedness specifically for FIFA, I'd appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? All right. Thank you, Dr. Paxton. Good to see you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Clerk, I'm sorry. next, continue.
Just briefly, I think to conclude our report, and then again, if you have any questions, if you'll go to the next chart, page 52. This just begins to highlight, as we have traditionally, the ARPA reporting. We've now reduced this to the projects that are still outstanding. And again, for example, some are very minor, like ORCA still has some invoices out. Some are very, very significant, like the ERP program, the modernization of this building. I did want to ask if Dr. Rochelle wanted to comment on the Behavioral Health Crisis Center quickly, as well as the tiny/cottage homes project.
Thank you, Dick. So for our Behavioral Health Crisis Center that is at Oak Hill, we are operating that facility at all 3 levels: crisis beds, observation chairs, as well as the peer support program. We will be conducting a review with Grady of their actual expenses for the first quarter to ensure that we are on track with the $9.4 million that was awarded to us from the state, and determining how we can continue to move forward with enhancing capacity to full 24 beds and 16 chairs. So we have plans for outreach to the community as well as first responders. As you may also know, we did receive $500,000 from the state to begin a design study for a second behavioral health crisis center in North Fulton, and we will be bringing you more information on that project. As it relates to the cottage homes project, we did close on the sale of the land. This is a project that, of course, we're in partnership with the Union City and working closely with their transportation and planning department. We were able to invest some of our home HUD dollars into this project to purchase the land, as well as use ARPA dollars to invest in the construction of the actual homes. Once we get to groundbreaking, we will roll out the application process, and it will include a website and other information for constituents to understand what the eligibility requirements are, as well as application process.
Any questions about that, Mr. Chairman?
Questions, Commissioner Thorne?
Yes, on these tiny homes, did you figure out what parameters we're gonna put in place so that these homes won't be bought and then instantly resold at a profit?
Yes, ma'am, it will be in the deed restrictions.
And what kind of restrictions would that deed have?
It will have obligations around how long you must stay in the home before you can sell it. It will have obligations around being able to rent the homes. So different types of stipulations will be in the deed.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions? All right.
As you'll recall, one part of this infrastructure modernization project is the 10th floor renovation, with most folks, I think all, expressing a desire to have an office here, not just use a district office. We walked the 3rd floor, and we have identified a space there that would be, I think, adequate and suitable for everybody who hasn't already moved. Ivory and Barrett have already moved into their spaces. This would be for everyone else, with the exception of you, Mr. Chairman, where we identified the space on 2. It would also give space for the clerk on 3, so I think you'll be very happy with both the office and the cubicle spaces down there. Joe's going to outline all of that in a simple memo that hopefully that will be the plan of record. And then the timing is still waiting on the permits from Atlanta, but we anticipate that's in the month of April. So think about the next 30 days or so if you want to organize your offices accordingly.
90, don't count on that.
I hesitate to say any questions, but so maybe I'll just proceed on. So to page 54 and 55 are our financials. If you have any questions, very early in the year, but I do want to bring just to your attention the article in the AJC, I think it was today, about Atlanta's forecast for the remainder of the year, when revenues are up by $77 million, but expenses are up by $97 million. I think those are the 2 right numbers. They're now in a mode of looking for immediate expense reductions between now and when their fiscal year ends at mid-year. So we do want to keep a close look on this, and continue to be, I think, conservative in terms of financials. And as we course, the next chart, 56, is the vacancy chart, and that gets to the desire to hire, which is clearly there, and I applaud that, but also the need to manage that expense stream. Any questions about any of those? And of course, we include, as always, were there any emergency procurements, which there were not, and any contracts less than $100,000. So with that, Mr. Chairman, unless there are questions, we're complete.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Questions? Any? No, sir. All right, Madam Clerk. Let's go another 12 minutes. It's 12:48.
250199, Finance. Presentation, review, and approval of the March 19th, 2025 budget soundings and resolution.
Madam CFO.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The item that's before the board today includes two items. First is a correction of some language that was used for the adoption of the 2025 budget with regard to the allocation of the $13.9 million. The language said in 3 buckets of $4.9 million. Should have been $4.6 million. So we wanted to get that on the record and get that corrected today. And then the second item that is included in the document is within the risk management fund, it's the transfer of the $4.6 million that was provided out of that $13.9 for legal purposes to move that out of non-agency into the county attorney's budget within the risk management fund. And that will allow for the creation of 10 new positions, salary increases, and incremental funds for outside counsel. And that's what's before you today.
So 4.6 is the correct number.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Is there a motion? All right. Motion to approve by Commissioner Ivory, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
250200, Information Technology, request approval of a recommended proposal for wireless communication services and devices in an amount not to exceed $927,908.38.
Motion to adopt by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 250201, request approval of the lowest responsible bidder for network equipment maintenance and support in the amount not to exceed $6,924,519.06.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Cast your vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 250202, Real Estate and Asset Management, request approval of the lowest responsible bidder in an amount not to exceed $1,078,171.50 to install M30 rated active hydraulically retractable wedge barriers.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Ivory. Please vote.
And the vote is open.
I'm sorry, Vice Chair Ellis.
And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 10, 250203, request approval of the lowest responsible bidders for standby plumbing repair services countywide in the total amount not to exceed $300,000.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 250204, request approval of the lowest responsible bidders for solid waste disposal and recycling services countywide in the total amount not to exceed $1,285,000.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 250205, request approval of a recommended proposal for weapons detection system in an amount not to exceed $641,380.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open.
Vice Chair Ellis.
And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Under Arts and Libraries, 250206, Arts and Culture, request approval of a statewide contract for temporary staffing services in an amount not to exceed $105,000.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open.
6 minutos.
And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 11, under Health and Human Services, 250207, Public Works, request approval to award without competition in an amount not to exceed $148,200 to provide detection, call-out, dispatch services, and asset management enhancement.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Vice Chair Ellis.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 250208, request approval of an intergovernmental agreement with the City of Johns Creek for water main relocations in an estimated amount of $560,000.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 250209, request approval of an agreement for cooperative technical assistance and intergovernmental cost sharing in the amount of $75,000 annually.
Motion to approve by Vice Chair Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Bridget Thorne.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 250210, request approval of a recommended proposal in an amount not to exceed $197,290 to provide a construction project management software solution implementation and professional services and training.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 250211, Senior Services, request approval to increase the spending authority in an amount not to exceed $1,500,000 to provide transportation services, ride sharing to eligible Fulton County residents 60 and above.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Ivory.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. On page 12, 250212, request approval of a change order greater than 10% in a total amount not to exceed $227,000 to provide in-home services to eligible Fulton County seniors aged 60 and above.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Ivory, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 250213, request approval of a recommended proposal for indigent burial in an amount not to exceed $494,975.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Ivory, seconded by Commissioner Thorne.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Under Justice and Safety, 250214, Medical Examiner, request approval of a recommended proposal in an amount not to exceed $175,275 to provide forensic post-mortem toxology testing services.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously.
All right, let's entertain a motion to recess for lunch, executive session may consider items of real estate, litigation, and personnel. Ready? All right, without objection, we will resume the regular order of business. Items from executive session, Madam County Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there a motion to approve the request for representation in items 1, 2, 3, and 4 of the executive session agenda?
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously.
No further action items from executive session.
Okay. Continue, Madam Clerk.
Bottom of page 12, Commissioners' action items. 250215, request approval of a resolution to accept food donations from In-Town Collaborative Ministries, Inc. and Atlanta Community Food Bank, Inc., and to accept naloxone and fentanyl testing strips from Georgia Ham Reduction Coalition, Inc., to support the outreach efforts of the Fulton County Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities Deflection Team, and for other purposes.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Ivory. Please vote. I'm sorry.
Sorry, could someone just explain what this is, one of the sponsors?
Madam Dr. Rochelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Commissioner, both of these items support the Department of Developmental Disabilities and Behavioral Health. One program, we often get requests from organizations that want to support our developmental disabilities training centers with food. There are programs at those centers to help with food prep for the participants there. And then the other program, of course, we have opioid programming. We provide naloxone to several community partners and first responders, and so this will help defray the cost of that program.
I mean, obviously, I'm in support of the intent, for sure. I'm just curious about the way it's being put on our agenda. I don't recall ever seeing something like this in this format before. Is there a reason this one's kind of coming to us this way?
Yes, there is a requirement to place donations on the agenda for board approval.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. On page 13, 250217, request approval of a resolution urging members of the Georgia House of Representatives to protect Fulton County taxpayers and Georgia taxpayers by voting no on Senate Bill 244 regarding the assessment and payment of costs of criminal proceedings and for other related purposes, sponsored by Commissioner Barrett.
All right, Commissioner Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by saying I absolutely support prosecutorial oversight. I think there's a time and place for that, and I support that. But I think SB 244 is not quite getting it right for a couple of reasons. I wrote this resolution when the bill had just passed the Senate, and so I wrote it at the time based on, with the help of the county attorney's office, based on the original text that was in this bill as passed the Senate. To my understanding, and I think Ms. Corbett sent us some information about the fact that there is now a substitute bill. And the substitute bill did address one of the big issues, which was that in the way it was originally written, we would be on the hook, so to speak, for defendants' fees if a prosecutor was disqualified, but even if the case was not dismissed. That's how it was originally written. That has been corrected in the substitute bill, so that problem is off the table. But the biggest issue here is who pays, and that is at the moment in this bill set to be us. This money would come from our general fund to pay the defendant's reasonable legal fees and costs in the scenario in which a prosecutor is disqualified and then the case is dismissed. There's a new problem in the substitute bill, which is that there's no correlation in the writing of the substitute bill between the disqualification and the dismissal. That was in the first version, but in this case, it's saying if a prosecutor is dismissed and the case is later, if a prosecutor is disqualified and then later the case is dismissed for any reason, that we would be on the hook. And there are lots of reasons cases can get dismissed that have nothing to do with prosecutor being disqualified. So I think that language, I'd like to certainly get across to the folks in the House and the Senate, if they end up having to vote on it again, that language should be tightened up. But the biggest issue, of course, for our taxpayers is that this is set to come from county coffers. And I see that as a fallacy because the district attorney is a state constitutional officer. And as we all know, and have discussed on more than one occasion, when there is a legal action against the district attorney, it is defended by the Attorney General of the state. It's not our county attorney that defends, it's the state that defends. And if there's a judgment in those cases, it's the state that pays. So this should be the same. If there is a problem with the prosecutor, then the state should pay the bill. That would still solve the problem for the defendants who may need a remedy if they were unfairly tried, but having it come out of the county coffers is not the right place for it to be. So the goal of this, I'm very open to friendly amendments on language here because the bill has already changed. And I asked the Madam County Attorney to sort of opine on a couple of places where we would need to fix the language, but I think, and I'll ask you to share those in a minute, Madam County Attorney, but I do think that us either saying we would like them to oppose the bill altogether, which is how it's written right now, or at least amend the bill so that the monies are coming from the state where they should come from versus us. Either way, I think would be acceptable from my perspective. Madam County Attorney, can you just talk about how the changes we would need to address the bill as it's currently written?
So as I understand it, there were, in the original version of the bill, there were two separate paragraphs regarding the conditions that would trigger this type of payment of attorney's fees. And in the newer version, it's my understanding that those two paragraphs have been combined. So I think if this were to pass, we would tweak the language after its adoption so that the resolution that originally had two separate paragraphs mirroring the original version of the bill would then be combined so that it matches the newer version of the Senate bill.
Okay, so I'm fine with that. I don't know that I don't know if y'all are going to support this or not, but I hope that you will in favor of looking out for our taxpayers in this case. I recognize that these types of prosecutorial disqualifications aren't super common. However, I think we all know the elephant in the room case is the Trump case, and there are, potentially millions and millions of dollars here that are going to be gone after, and that would be coming from our coffers. And I think we need to, not only be questioning the motives here, but also looking at where the money should legitimately come from. If there should be a remedy, and that's a question for everybody to answer, I guess, in their own mind. But if there should be a remedy, it should be coming from the state. It's the state's job to defend and pay any judgments on their state constitutional officer, their employee. We pay the supplemental salary, not the salary. So I do think it's not right the way it's written, and we should defend our county government and our taxpayers. So I welcome comments, questions, amendments.
Commissioner Thorne? Just a minute.
Oh, sorry.
Commissioner Arrington's not it. No.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I am just not fond of urging resolutions at all, especially since this resolution passed the Senate unanimously, 55-0. The Democrat Senate Minority Leader Harold Jones said, if you have that young person possession of marijuana, whatever it may be, and the prosecutor had won something wrong, and that case is dismissed because the prosecutor did something wrong, they are entitled to have their attorney fees back. That's actually something that we probably should have pushed for years ago. So for me, I'm into protecting justice. If we have someone prosecuting a case and they are improperly disqualified, then whoever it may be, I'm sorry it's going to be, Trump defendants. You might have an issue with that, but they should get their money back. I think it's hypocritical to say we're protecting the taxpayers' dollars when our district attorney entered into this case costing us millions of dollars. Even with one attorney, it was like $750,000 taxpayer dollars. So if we really want to protect taxpayer dollars, we should look at getting costs that she's incurred in this case, and now this case is thrown out the window, as well as the YSL case is thrown out the window, and it's cost the taxpayers millions and millions of dollars, not to mention the time while our jails are overcrowded and the court system has been clogged, the time that was invested in this and now is costing the taxpayers indirect dollars. We just this week, we had a $54,000 judgment for violating an open records request. Last fall, we had a $25,000 violation from the open records request from the district attorney's office. So I fully agree that the state should probably pay for these fees because she makes it clear she is a state constitutional officer. She is not a county constitutional officer. Many district attorneys span various counties, so it would be impossible to divvy up that in another case statewide. So I think the state should have to pay those costs, as well as these $54,000, the $25,000, and anything else that she's incurred for her improper handling of the case. So anyway, I think we have to look at what's just for the people in this case, and it might hurt, doing the right thing, but I think we need to do the right thing and pay him back.
Commissioner Arrington?
Thank you. So Senate Bill 244 it gets it completely wrong. As an attorney that has been practicing law, continuing to practice law for the last 29 years, since 1996, there is a difference between disqualification and prosecutorial misconduct. Senate Bill 244 gets it wrong because it tries to make disqualification equal or the equivalent to prosecutorial misconduct. There are many reasons for which a prosecutor could be disqualified. A prosecutor could withdraw and refer the case to the PAC-GA and be disqualified. They could disqualify themselves. A prosecutor can disqualify themselves. The issue is prosecutorial misconduct. Now, additionally, Senate Bill 244, at least the intent of it, the intent of Senate Bill 244, or the idea that it could apply to the Trump case, is unbelievable. No, better yet, unconstitutional. It violates the Georgia Constitution and the United States Constitution. You cannot pass a law that goes backwards. You did something yesterday and we said it's wrong today. No, that's unconstitutional. It has to be the law already. The law already has to be in place. People have to have notice that it was wrong to do it on the front end. You can't make a law and say we're going to go back. We're going to go back and hold you liable for the law we made tomorrow. We're going to make a law tomorrow and you did something wrong yesterday. It violates the Georgia Constitution, the United States Constitution, logic, and everything else. So even if they pass it, it's unconstitutional. You cannot go backwards. No law can be applied retroactively. But more importantly, you have to know the difference between prosecutorial misconduct and disqualification. There are numerous ways in which a prosecutor can be disqualified. But that doesn't mean that they committed prosecutorial misconduct. It doesn't mean that they committed prosecutorial misconduct. And so I am of the belief, and I'll make the motion that we speak loudly against Senate Bill 244 and oppose it in its entirety. The amendment, the reason that it passed 55-0 is because and I'm not going to call any names. Someone lied. Someone lied and said the substitution would not make it apply to the Trump case. And that's not true. The substitution removed one section. It removed one portion of one section from subsection C and left in place subsections A and B. And so if it goes to the House and they make an amendment, it's going to have to go back to the Senate, and I guarantee you not one Democrat will vote for it. Not one. So, not only because it doesn't make sense and they don't know the difference between disqualification and prosecutorial misconduct, but because also it violates the Georgia Constitution and the United States Constitution.
Ms. Barrett?
Commissioner Barrett, thank you. Madam County Attorney, can you talk about what recourse someone has who was wrongly prosecuted?
So without tailoring it to individual facts, but hypothetically, there is a claim under Georgia tort law for malicious prosecution if a prosecutor or even if any law enforcement entity is deliberately targeting a person for improper purposes through the justice system.
So there is a remedy in some cases, let's say.
Depending on the facts,
Sure.
there is a state law remedy for malicious prosecution currently on the books.
Okay, and the other thing I guess I'm focused on here is, I agree with everything Commissioner Arrington said. I don't have as thorough of a reading of the Constitution and whether or not it's against the Constitution, but I do agree that going back in time seems not like, that is something you can't do, correct?
Typically, retroactive application is not something that you can do with legislation. There may be some exceptions, but generally speaking, no. And in its current iteration, I do not read the bill to apply retroactively. I don't know if that was the intent.
Is there a loophole there, though? Because I think the way I read it, it says that you would apply this law or this section of the code essentially when the case is dismissed, at the time of the dismissal. And if the dismissal has not happened yet, even though the case was started, it could have been a case that's 10 years old, right? Some of them go a long time. Does it apply to those cases or only a case that's new and started after this law? Because that seems like a loophole to me that could be problematic.
I mean, possibly. I haven't researched it for that particular issue. My first thought about that would be that the bad act would be the thing to trigger it. And in this hypothetical, the bad act would have already occurred.
I got you. In this hypothetical, it's not entirely hypothetical. I think, again, my issue here would be that if the intent of if the intent of this was really to address that young man as described or young person as described that had a $10,000 legal expense for a marijuana charge or what have you, and if that were really the intent of this legislation, that it should have been written more thoughtfully and more specifically to address overall prosecutorial oversight. And that would include where the remedy comes from, what the remedy should be, et cetera, et cetera. So I think, one of the reasons that from, what I've heard, one of the reasons that some of the senators supported this is because it was presented to them as a prosecutorial oversight bill. But then the sponsor of the bill immediately went to the press and said, this was because of the Trump case. And so then they were like, well, wait a second. So I don't know who's pulling whose leg here, but at the end of the day, this bill is poorly written, poorly constructed, and the funds, the remedy is coming from the wrong place. No matter whether you think that a defendant, even if you think a particular defendant should get, their fees paid coming from the county coffers is flat wrong. So because the time is of the essence, and because this is going to happen very quickly over the next few days, I think it is imperative that we oppose this today.
Ms. Ivory?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am opposed to the county being responsible for any fees related to, misconduct or allegations of misconduct, finding of misconduct. And I think that we will soon have our 2025 legislative session update from our External Affairs Department, and I feel that they are the ones that are leading our strategy on what are the important legislative issues to us. So I'm not necessarily sure that we need a resolution urging this one specific thing, as this is something that is in our packet. Ms. Corbett, is it true that this is a bill that you're going to discuss along with a bunch of other bills that are important to us at Fulton County, so that you can take our concerns to the delegation and let them know that more than any part of this writing of this bill, we do not need to be the responsible party, since we don't have any acting besides the supplement that we pay, we don't have any regard for but we don't have any power over the district attorney in the way that the state does, because she is a state constitutional officer. So you are addressing this with our leaders in the legislature, right? Okay, so then I don't necessarily feel that we need to point this one out specifically when we have a body of bills that we're following. Is that correct? Okay, great, thank you.
Ms. Thorne?
Yes, I just want to read a part of
Like
the
that. I'm sorry.
Commissioner Thorne. Coach, you can call me Coach.
No, I referred to you as Ms. Thorne, Commissioner Thorne.
The bill says an award of reasonable attorney fees and costs in a criminal case to the defendant upon the disqualification of the prosecuting attorney for misconduct. It is for prosecutorial, it's for misconduct in a case. Disqualification for misconduct. So I just want to be clear on that. And with that being said, I totally agree with you, Commissioner Ivory, and I want to make a motion to file this resolution. I don't think we need it.
Is that a substitute motion? All right. is there a
Substitute motion.
Second?
Second.
All right. Substitute motion on the floor to file. Commissioner Barrett, do you want to be heard?
Whether or not you like urging resolutions, they happen on this board on a regular basis. I didn't make up the idea. I'm not the first one to propose one. We have voted yes on them as a body on numerous occasions for a variety of different reasons. The difference between an urging resolution and a lobbying priority is that an urging resolution is a strong statement from the board that we oppose something. A lobbying priority is us trying to get something changed and hoping for the best, no offense to the lobbyists. It's a much more private thing, it's a quieter thing, it's not a strong statement. Having an urging resolution is a strong statement. So, obviously I can't support a motion to file. I think this is too important, and I think it's gonna come back and bite us, but you guys will do what you wanna do.
Commissioner Arrington?
Thank you. Yes, the reason that this is important for us to make a strong statement today is because there's nothing else on our lobbying agenda that could potentially cost us $4 or $5 million. Ms. Corbett, what else on the lobbying agenda could cost the county $4 or $5 million? It was a rhetorical question.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back to my seat. Thank you.
Nothing. There is nothing. There is nothing else on there that could cost the county potentially $4 to $5 million or more, because if they try to do it, it's absolutely unconstitutional. So then we got to go spend more money fighting to prove that it's unconstitutional. Colleagues, you may not like me, you may not agree with me, but let me tell you something. It is absolutely crucial that we send a strong statement that Senate Bill 244 is wrong. Commissioner Barrett is right. She is a state officer. The criminal cases, do y'all know what the style of a criminal case is? It doesn't say Fulton County versus Marvin Arrington. It says the state of Georgia. The state of Georgia versus the criminal defendant. Why would Fulton County be responsible for paying for someone who's acting on behalf of the state? Why would Fulton County have to bear that burden? Why would the residents of Fulton County have to bear that burden? The prosecutors are acting on behalf of the state. They are state constitutional officers. There is no reason that the county should have to bear that burden. We're already paying for the budget and adding a supplement to the salary. Please, please vote to oppose Senate Bill 244 today, right now. And if you are aligned, boy, you have to watch the company you keep and the people that you are aligned with and the people that are lining up to vote with you.
All right, the motion on the floor is to file, properly made and seconded. Commissioner Ellis, you have the floor. Strike that. Vice Chair Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief on this. I think the forum for dealing with legislation is fluid. We all know this. We have this during the course of the time the legislature is in session. The time for us to object or take a position is when we go through our legislative agenda. We went through this. We had a previous discussion at our prior meeting. There was a bill that we took action on. We all sort of had different sort of expressions about things we might have been concerned about. You know, this might be one too. Several of us may have concerns about the way that the bill is readed, but we may have differences of opinion about the different components of it. And, you know, and may not agree with the language placed in a particular resolution on it. It's not law. It's a fluid process that we're going through, and I don't think this type of process is appropriate for us to go through and take action on it. I think the appropriate venue for it is in the discussion of our legislative agenda, just like we do, and then we can take a position up or down on individual bills as a board, convey our individual feedback, and work through our lobbyist on that. So therefore, I'm in support of the motion to file on it.
Commissioner Barrett.
When we developed our legislative agenda, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Corbett, this was not a bill that had been proposed. Is that correct? Yeah, so we could not have decided to oppose this at the time of when we developed our legislative agenda. So, okay. The bottom line is, whether you like the language or you don't like the language, the fact of the matter is, this is a state officer. We should not pay the bill. For that reason and that reason alone, we should be opposing this bill. We can put the whole rest of the conversation, the intent, the language, it doesn't matter. It's not Fulton County's bill to pay. And if we don't oppose this, it's likely going to pass. So we need to do everything in our power to protect our coffers from this law, with this bill that could become a law that would be, or part of the code, that would be holding us to pay this money. And excuse my poor grammar, but this is, if we don't make a strong stance, this is a state responsibility, we are gonna allow this to slip through, and we are gonna be holding the bag when it's over.
Commissioner Ellis.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Barrett, I think you missed my point. At our last meeting, we had a piece of legislation which we discussed, inter-external affairs discussion. It was not part of our original agenda, legislative agenda. It was in response to a bill that had been put forward, the creation of a development authority. We had a discussion within the context of our legislative agenda discussion, and we took a position on it as a board. That's the appropriate venue for this, not wasting the time for our county attorney to have to draft a resolution, dragging us all through this particular discussion, interjecting pieces of this into here that we may not agree with in the components of what the words are in the resolution, but we may disagree with certain parts of the legislation which we want to have our voices go back on. Thus, I think it's different in terms of don't sort of interject a different thing than what I was saying. I just want to be clear on that.
Commissioner Ivory?
I wanted to say that I agree with Commissioner Ellis in that we're not disagreeing with parts of this, the language of the resolution. I agree with you, Commissioner Barrett, 100% that the county should not be the responsible party. I agree with Commissioner Arrington that the county is not the responsible party. I do not think that this urging resolution will get us to any further point than working through the process that we have in place with our legislative priorities. Plus, it is a public forum, the General Assembly. If we are passionate about this, we can ourselves walk down to the General Assembly and give our thoughts on that. We are the commissioners of Fulton County, and if we need to appear for comment there, we can do that, which is the strongest method of showing what we feel about it. So if we want to come up with some sort of plan of priority along with our External Affairs Department, which goes to the General Assembly every single day to fight for the things that we need, then that's the plan that we should come together to come at it with the strongest support for this not moving forward as it is written. And that's what I'm prepared to join you with if you need that.
Commissioner Thorne?
Call to question.
All right. Is there a second on the call of the question?
Second.
All right. Let's vote on the call of the question.
And the vote is open on call the question. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 2 nays.
All right, motion on the floor is to file. Let's vote.
You got it?
All right.
One moment. Just open that for approval. And the vote is open on the motion to file.
Well, this says motion to approve.
It says motion to approve.
We don't have file in the
Oh,
system.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Motion to file is the motion that's on the floor.
And the motion to file passes, 5 yeas, 2 nays.
Next item.
250218, request approval of a resolution implementing Operation Public Servant to target recruitment efforts at federal employees displaced by the actions of the Department of Government Efficiency and for other purposes, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
Mr. Herman, Ms. Barrett. Yeah. Like, I'll make a motion to approve, first of all. Sorry, motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Mr. Herman.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I guess what the chairman has presented to the Board of Commissioners is the attempt to secure the talent that the federal government is making available, in my world, making available to the street. And if we have the opportunity to secure these individuals and bring them into the Fulton County ecosystem, I think we have the benefit of gaining their knowledge and experience and expertise in helping our citizens and our departments move forward. So the resolution in front of you provides opportunity for us to establish a courtesy interview for those applicants who are impacted by DOGE and who have been laid off or taking the early retirement option, and as also provides an option for the elected officials that are part of our hiring ecosystem, but we have no direct oversight over them, encourages those individuals to take the same position, that they would actively go after any potential former employee of the federal government that was impacted by the DOGE layoffs and buyout offers. So I stand before you, commissioners, to answer any questions that you may have on this initiative. And one thing I will say before you have discussion, I think the press conference and the conversation that the chairman had a few weeks ago talking about this program in its infancy, idea of this program, has led to what we've seen, a significant increase in federal applicants applying to our positions. Just last week, for one position in the budget office, of the 29 individuals that we were able to certify to the budget office, 19 of them were former federal government employees. So again, that's encouraging, and I think the conversation about Fulton County being open to recruiting and taking the talent that the federal government is allowing to leave, and if we could get ahead of the curve, the better it is for Fulton County and the citizens that we serve. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Arrington.
So I think this is a good idea. I'm happy to support it. But the rollout and the implementation was absolutely flawed. There was a press announcement that the county was doing this, and it's just on the agenda today to be voted on. So how do we announce that we're doing something 3 weeks ago, and then it just gets on the agenda today to vote for it? How is that possible? Sounds like Senate Bill 244, retroactive. You're gonna do something tomorrow to make it apply to yesterday. It just doesn't make any sense. Mr. Chair, hey, it's a good idea. We definitely need to be trying to bring on and reach out to these federal employees that are being laid off for no good reason. But we put the cart before the horse. We can't announce that we're doing something until we vote on it in here. We have to vote on it in here before we can announce that we're doing anything. And when we vote on it in here, it's not one of us doing it. It's the commission. It's all of us doing it. So, hats off for a great idea, but the implementation was flawed so that you could try to take credit for it yourself instead of allowing us to have a vote and allowing the county to act as a result of that vote.
Commissioner Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree that this is a great idea. I'm glad that we're going to try to help federal workers who have been had their jobs cut or were sort of forced into early retirement to find positions here where the positions are available. But I do have some questions. Mr. Herman, so can you explain what changes will have to be made to the current application and hiring procedures in order to implement this new program and offer these courtesy interviews?
Yes, good afternoon, Commissioner. The first thing that we'll have to do that to allow us to screen for these federal individuals is we can modify what we call the supplemental questions on the application. And the one question we would add was, were you a federal employee and were you impacted by the DOGE initiative? And if the answer is yes, there'll be a link that those individuals would be able to submit a copy of either the letter that they received from DOGE or the email that they received from DOGE or the fact that they accepted the buyout. And that's how we would be able to verify that these individuals are the ones that will be given the interviews.
And
Sorry,
so,
go ahead.
I'm sorry, was there more? Go ahead.
And that's basically it. I think that initial front end is really the data collection part, just to make sure we are identifying those individuals. And again, even though we've identified them, it's not like we're sending their names to the departments absent anybody else who's qualified. It's just a matter of I'm listing them, like these are the 5 individuals impacted by DOGE. These are everybody else that we found in our recruitment exercise that is also qualified for the positions.
Okay, and so then that courtesy interview would be conducted by the departments, not by HR?
Yes, by the departments.
Okay. Have we talked to the department heads who would be dealing with this and having to take on this extra work of doing these interviews about that resource for them, the time that it would take to conduct these interviews?
No, ma'am. We wanted to make sure that we had the guidance from the resolution to then start that conversation with the appointing authorities.
Okay, and on the technical side, the issues you mentioned about modifying the application, adding a question sounds like a pretty minor change.
Yes.
But then also having this link to submit the letter and then having folks, I guess, on your end reviewing those letters to make sure. So this is all going to add. So I guess the first question there is, how quickly, is that already done? Or when would you be doing that work? And how long would it take to get the application set up to do this?
My staff has already have the question ready to go. If the board adopts this resolution, more than likely by close of business on Thursday, we could have that question added to the application.
And the link as well?
And the link as well, yes.
Okay, and is there any additional cost associated? I mean, there is in the terms of resources for the interviews and the review, right? But I guess we have no way of quantifying how much time is going to be spent.
That's correct, Commissioner. Without knowing the volume of potential applicants,
right.
I can't, do an analysis to tell you that it's going to take us, 200 more hours to get through that population.
Okay, so we would not be launching this program then, and obviously the board would have to pass it first, and then you would not be prepared to launch until the end of the day tomorrow, so would it technically launch Friday morning? Is that accurate?
We would be ready by Friday morning, yes.
Okay, I think it's just clear that we should make sure that everybody knows that, because it sounds like, to your point, the press conference was held on March 5th, just a couple hours after we met as a board. And people either heard that, or there may just be more federal employees in the marketplace looking for work, or they heard that and thought this program was available. But those folks did not have that place. In other words, those folks, you're going to have to go back, I guess, and offer that to those folks, or not, because that would be going back in time.
No, we will be going forward as of when we get the application on Thursday morning.
So anybody that applies up till then is just treated like a normal applicant?
Correct.
Okay. Will we be doing anything to advertise the program? And if so, when will those announcements go out and in what form?
That's something that we can also consider, Commissioner. We haven't gone that far down the road as to how we could bring a little bit more visibility to the program. I know one thing that we could probably use this as well as a way to attract. We know that there were some state employees or some federal employees also impacted up in New York relative to correctional officer jobs that we can put out there and apply and tell them, hey, we are open and we're actively looking for great talent within Fulton County.
The language in this resolution says that the county currently has 800 vacant funded positions, but As of yesterday afternoon, there are only 37 positions that we're actively hiring for on our website. Can you confirm that that's accurate?
That sounds about right. I think the last time I looked, last night before, it was about 40. We got about 40 jobs posted now.
Okay, so I have concerns that this, as written, is pretty misleading, as was the press conference. The idea that we have 800 jobs ready to be filled is not accurate. So I guess my question is twofold. First of all, I have a secondary question here. Of the 37 positions available, are all of those general fund positions, or are those positions for the other elected officials and things like that?
I don't have that breakdown as to what the population would look like based on funding or the departments that they're associated to, but I can definitely get that to you by the close of business.
Okay, so I guess my concern is it might be really even less than 37 that would be automatically in this program. So what is the plan to get all 800 of the vacant funded positions opened up for applications?
The plan is to have communications with the departments, because all departments control when they are ready to fill the positions. And what may be leading to the low number, Commissioner, is, as you were aware, when you adopted the 2025 budget, it came along with an attrition factor of your vacant positions. And what most departments opted to do, or may have opted to do, is you have to wait about April until you've made up your attrition to then be able to fill your position without having to find any additional money within your budget. So most departments just might have been on the sidelines waiting to accomplish their attrition savings and then start their recruitment process. But it's a conversation that we will have nonetheless to ensure that, especially our difficult and hard to fill positions, like our engineers and our attorneys, that's the big push that initially we will go after as we roll this program out, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Herman. I have as I said, I certainly support the intent of this legislation, but I do have concerns that we are misleading people who may be desperately looking for a job, and they're thinking there's 800 jobs available, and then going to our site and seeing 37. Also, in the press conference that you referred to, the chairman led the public to believe, well, I shouldn't say that. The chairman said outright multiple times that there was a Fulton County residency requirement to participate in this program. And that did not clearly make it into this writing of the resolution. So can you explain why that is?
No, ma'am. That might be a question for the county attorney.
Madam County Attorney, can you explain what happened to the Fulton County residency requirement?
That was removed in the final edit. That was not a decision that was made by my office, but by the author, by the office.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, do you want to speak to that?
Speak to what?
Why it's not a Fulton County? In the press conference, you said this was a Fulton County, it was for Fulton County residents only. And you said it multiple times. So
What did I say?
You said that if in this program, Operation, what is it called, Public Servant, was for Fulton County residents.
What I said, I'm not sure what you heard. Thank you for watching the press conference, first of all. And thank you for your support of this effort.
Of course.
What I said was that preference for an interview would be given to residents of Fulton County, because it is my belief that there are probably several thousand Fulton County residents that I'm concerned about, and hopefully you are, who have been impacted by the DOGE initiative, as Mr. Herman calls it. And this was an effort to provide an employment opportunity for them, while at the same time filling a need that we have. And if you understand the process, we have approximately 800 authorized, number one. Number two, funded. Number three, vacant positions in county government. Other cities within Fulton County, and I've encouraged them to do the same, have authorized, funded, but vacant positions. In addition to the other cities within Fulton County, there's Atlanta Public School System. is the Fulton County school system. They're private organizations, and more importantly, private corporations that have authorized, funded, but vacant positions. And they would also like the opportunity to interview people who have been impacted by DOGE, who are qualified, who are competent, who are professional, and who are residents of Fulton County. Now, the other point, if you would pay attention sometimes, I made this very clear. State law prohibits, and I hope you'll get this, I won't have to repeat it again. State law prohibits making residency a condition of employment. How do I know that? I passed a law, or attempted to pass a law, in November of a year to provide job opportunities for residents of the city of Atlanta. The first bill, and I've said this several times over the years, the first bill that was introduced in the General Assembly the following year was to prohibit making residency a condition of employment. That is still the case. So this does not make it a condition, but simply gives you the opportunity for an interview to come to the front of the line for our people who have been impacted by the DOGE initiative.
Well, I'm aware of the state code, and I'm also aware of what you actually said. In fact, I have the transcript right here, and you did say very clearly that applicants must meet 3 criteria. This is a quote. They, quote, must meet 3 criteria. Number 1, they must be a resident of Fulton County. So that is what was said. That is what the press asked you about it, and you reiterated it. And it was reported by the press that this program was for Fulton County residents only, despite the fact that that is against the code, which I do understand, and I do actually listen. That said, I'm appreciative that that was taken out of this version that is going to be voted on today, because I absolutely wouldn't have supported that, as it is against state code. I don't think anybody here is arguing that we should try to hire these folks, nor that our, partner agencies across other cities, nearby counties, corporations should do the same. That'd be great. And I have said from the beginning of my comments that I'm supportive of that. But we have been very misleading in the way that we have communicated. The March 5th press conference that you held, which, by the way, again, was on the same day that we had a board meeting. So you could have added that item to our agenda for last time and then held the press conference in all sincerity. Doing it without, certainly I wasn't notified that it was happening. And to Commissioner Arrington's point, none of us voted on it, was an overstep of your authority. And we should not accept that from any elected official at any level. It's inappropriate. And not only did you overstep by announcing a program, you said that in that press conference that the program was starting that day when asked. It is not starting that day, March 5th, and will not be starting, if passed by this board, until a day from now or a day and a half from now. You also said that you directed county staff to begin working on this program. That is an overstep of your authority, and you do not have the right to do that. No single member of this body does. It's ironic to me that the people we're trying to help lost their jobs because of an overstep of authority at the federal level. And now we're doing the same thing here. It's inappropriate. The program is a great idea. I'm happy to recruit these people. I hope they find jobs here. I hope we're able to get more than 37 jobs up and onto our website for people to apply to. But the way this was handled was, at best unprofessional, at worst, an overstep of authority and inappropriate.
You have anything else?
Mr. Chair, could I offer one clarification to Commissioner Barrett's question? So Commissioner Barrett and Commissioners, so yes, 40 job announcements are currently on our website, but one job announcement could be utilized to fill 30, 40, or 20 different jobs. Perfect example is like the sheriff's deputy. So we have one posting for sheriff deputy, but that recruitment, and when we certify the list to the sheriff, he can use that one recruitment, that one job posting to fill the 45 different sheriff deputy positions that are funded. So I can send the board a one-to-one analysis of the 40 positions that are posted, how many actual classifications could be filled from that 40. I can send that to you so you could get a better sense of what the true net impact could be based on number of positions that can be filled versus what is actually posted on the website.
That would be very helpful. Thank you, Mr. Herman.
No problem, Commissioner.
Just one other clarification for her edification and hopefully understanding for the future. Once the agenda is prepared, in order to place an item on the agenda, it must be an emergency. The resolution was prepared, but it was not an emergency. In order to have an item that is not on the printed agenda that's mailed out on Fridays to be placed on the agenda, it takes a supermajority vote. And a supermajority vote, for future reference, is 5 of the 7 of us. It was not an emergency. Therefore, I did not bring it to the commission at that time. Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. Oh, Lord. You know what's interesting is about this, and here I'm going to go ahead and apologize because my statement is going to step on some folks' toes, okay? It is what it is. We saw Elon Musk do everything he could to displace individuals. And for us to sit up here and create this farce like the chairman did something so wrong, I watched it. The chairman said, if you are a resident of Fulton County, you are guaranteed an interview. Mr. Herman, if I am a resident of Fulton County and I am guaranteed an interview, and another resident is of DeKalb County and they meet all the qualifications, they're the most highly qualified in a alternative situation, more than likely, the person from DeKalb County will be offered the job. Is that correct?
Commissioner, good afternoon. Yes, more than likely.
And so don't get up here and try to politicize and try to get some points so you can get on the news for your campaign to say it's misinformation, because you are doing misinformation. Now, let me tell you something about the 39 jobs that you supposedly tried to say, oh, you look down at. That individual in my district who is married, her and her husband both work federal jobs, have 2 children in college, and have a $1,000 mortgage, want one of those 39 jobs. The people who have went from being able to work and bring home a check to now they are applying for benefits because they don't know how long their savings is going to last once one of those 39 jobs. So don't politicize something because you want to be where somebody else is presently. We are Democrats. I have did nothing but watch Democrats say how horrible it is that this happened. And now that we have a remedy for it, it's a Democrat that's tearing it apart. I find it offensive. I'm going to tell you that I find it offensive. And for those individuals that think Fulton County is a big deal, please apply. Because how can you talk about somebody and put the little 39 jobs like it's nothing when you're not responsible for that mortgage. You're not responsible for that person who has somebody in an assisted facility. You're not responsible for that daycare. You're not responsible for that mortgage. But you sit up here and act like somebody has did something so wrong, and you call yourself a Democrat when we as Democrats have cried foul that it happened. Let's not play politics with people's lives. And so, Chairman, I would like to sign on as a sponsor of this. I think it was a great idea. Unfortunately, somebody else didn't think of the idea. So now it's misinformation, it's unethical, it's blah, 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 blah. Stop playing with folks' lives. People are out of work because we have a destabilization of the economy here where people are losing their jobs. And if this is going to give 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 39 or 800 people that are in one end of Fulton County to the other a job, let's do it and stop playing politics. Stop trying to get on the news. Stop trying to do all the things you're trying to do for your campaign. Let's work together as elected officials down here to make sure whether you're displaced, whether you're Republican, whether you're Democrat, whether you're straight, whether you're gay, whether you're black or white, that you have a home at Fulton County to earn a living. Democrat, thank you.
Commissioner Thorne?
I guess for me, when I didn't hear the press conference, but I saw the newsletter you sent out, and I thought, wow, that's a fabulous idea. We need workers. There's some great workers that are unemployed and would be helping the people, primarily of Fulton County. So I didn't have a problem with it at all. I give you credit, Chairman Pitts, for coming up with the idea. But obviously, I got the email, and then I'm like, oh, people had a problem with it. But we weren't creating new jobs for these people. We were just trying to advertise, which is what I did. I know of people who lost their jobs or their grandkids lost their jobs because they were newly hired. And I told them they should apply here. They should apply at Fulton County. I was advertising the same thing. I just didn't put it out in a mailer or do a press conference, but I was basically doing the same thing. And when I saw this on our agenda, I asked Chairman Pitts, why is this on our agenda? Why do you need approval? Well, then after I read about it, how we're going to have the whole extra question and how you're going to have to be put to work to have the link on the website and all that, now I see why we need to have it approved by us. So I don't complain about the implementation. I'm glad we're doing it, and as a Republican, I'm thankful that you came up with the idea and that maybe we can get some high-quality workers that will come here and help us for the county, and I think it's good for the county, no matter what, Democrat, Republican, or whatever. It's good for the people of Fulton County. It's good for us, and so I just wish we weren't making such a big deal about it today.
Anything else? Anything else? All right, I would appreciate your favorable vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
On page 14, 250219, Hospital Authority of Fulton County. The Board of Trustees of the Hospital Authority of Fulton County submitted the following slate of names for the board's consideration to terms ending April 1st, 2029. Position 4, Doctors Lawrence Stone, Brian Sadow, and Carolyn Weaver. Position 5, Mark Sweeney, Doctors Douglas Olson, and Adam Merchuk. Check. Position 6, Doctors Alvin Sermons, Mark Sunishin, Jennifer Emerson.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Vice Chair Ellis.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays. 5 with Commissioner Thorne. County Manager's presentation and discussion items, 250220, External Affairs, presentation, 2025 State Legislative Session update.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm just gonna, there we go. As has been noted earlier, crossover day happened on March 6th. So we're gonna focus today on bills that have crossed over and bills we are still tracking. There are a number of bills, as has been discussed during this meeting, where we would like to seek your feedback and direction. Next slide, please. There we go. So again, the House has passed their budget. They passed it on Tuesday, March 11th. One very important highlight in the budget passed by the House is $9.4 million for the North Fulton Behavioral Health Crisis Center. So we are very pleased and grateful for the support of the General Assembly and the House in placing that funding there. I've shared with you all a fact sheet about that project, and we have reached out to members of our Senate delegation for their support. This is now in Senate Appropriations. Yesterday, the Health and Human Development Subcommittee met. Mr. Anderson and I were there bright and early, and Jasmine at 7:15 yesterday morning, in case they had any questions for us. But Commissioner Tanner presented that. It was a very routine update, and what we are hearing is that the Senate is expected to adopt their version of the budget this week. And typically what that means is there will be differences, of course, between the House and Senate budgets. And the process here in the General Assembly is to have a conference committee where they will essentially hash out those differences. So it's very important for us to stay engaged in that process and to continue to advocate for the funding for our crisis center. Next slide, please. And this is just an update, a reminder of our legislative priorities. And again, there are bills that are introduced during session that may not align with these, but this is where we started out, and we'll give updates on a number of them. Next slide. Our Superior Court bill, House Bill 482, which would create judicial officers in Superior Court, unfortunately, that bill did not cross over. However, we are working with our lobbying team to identify an opportunity to attach that language as an amendment to another bill. So we have been in touch with the lobbying team. They're working very hard on this and working with a number of legislators. We feel optimistic about this path forward, but cannot share particulars yet. As soon as we're able to, we will definitely keep you updated. Next slide. House Bill 625 is a local bill that would create two additional state court judges. This bill has already passed out of the House on the local consent calendar. It was referred to SLOGO, Senate State and Local Government Operations Committee. They treat it as, again, kind of a local bill, so it won't have a hearing, but they have advised us that they have signatures from the majority of our Senate delegation and expected to move forward to the Senate local consent calendar. So that should be happening in the next several days, we expect. So we'll let you know as soon as that is occurring. Next slide. Again, behavioral health, I think we've already covered this. But in addition to that, there are other bills. One we want to highlight, other budget investments in behavioral health. And one of them is about creating a expansion of forensic beds at the state hospital, at Georgia Regional Hospital, which would provide relief for detainees who are not found competent to stand trial and need to transition to a hospital setting. So these additional beds would be a resource, not just for Fulton County, but for the state as detainees really who are not well enough to be able to stand trial and need to be in a clinical setting would be able to transition there. Next slide. Next Gen 911, again, ACCG is really the lead on this issue, but House Bill 423 did pass out of Senate Public Safety Committee, so it crossed over and has also now passed out of committee. House Resolution 429 also passed out of House Energy Committee. Jasmine, anything you want to see in either of those?
For House Bill 423, that's on the Senate's calendar tomorrow, and we do expect full passage by the chamber, so that should be able to become law by the end of this week.
Thank you, Jasmine.
And for the House Study Committee, we do expect the Senate to have a study committee on the funding as well, and they're going to have combined meetings, but the actual joint resolution didn't cross over, so they're going to just do them separately and combine them this summer, so it will essentially be a joint study committee on the funding.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Tort reform, I'm sure you're reading a lot about this in the news. There have been a number of compromises made. The board's position and the legislative priority is around premises liability reform. There was a substitute, it's a very, very long bill. There was a substitute bill that was introduced yesterday, is that correct, Jasmine? So we're monitoring that. This is the governor's top priority. We absolutely believe they will pass something, but we are just continuing to monitor what that means for those that premises liability, especially as a local government. Anything else on that one? Next slide. Digital court reporting. This is one, again, that ACCG has advocated for. So House Bill 179 that passed out of the House and also passed out of Senate Judiciary. Next slide. House Bill 370, and this is kind of a companion, if you will, to House Bill 92. House Bill 92 was the cleanup bill, quote unquote, for House Bill 581 from last year, which made a number of changes around property assessment and property taxes. House Bill 92 addresses, you all remember we had this issue about opting in and opting out of the floating homestead. And so there's really been a lot of focus on the local governments that opted out. So House Bill 370 would kind of air their, would create a lot of visibility for the financial status of local governments and school districts that chose to opt out. And this is really speaking, as you see here, it requires them to display their reserve fund on the tax bill. So if you opted out of providing that property tax relief, but you had a very significant reserve fund, that would now be on the property owner's tax bill. So it also provides some other kind of language on the tax bill that would make it, I guess, put some additional pressure on those local governments. This does not apply to Fulton County because we opted in to the floating homestead, but it does very much affect the tax commissioner's office because they will have to modify the tax bills to put all of this language on there. Both of our school districts opted out, as well as some of our cities, not all. So we bill property taxes for 5 Fulton County cities. So I think those are things we're gonna have to continue to monitor. That is now in the Senate Finance Committee. So it has not, I don't think we know its hearing date yet. But we'll keep you all posted on that. And again, our tax commissioner's office is very, very interested in this bill. Going back to House Bill 370, House Bill 92, which is the cleanup bill, it has passed all the way through and is now in Senate rules. It has been sort of stuck in Senate rules for a minute, so we're expecting to see a substitute bill potentially. Some of the dates in that bill are now in the past, so we're expecting, if for no other reason, they will make some modifications to address those technical issues. But there are some other, again, ACCG is very, very much involved on this one, and it definitely affects both the tax assessor's office and the tax commissioner's office. Anything on that one? All right, next slide. So House Bill 151, Senate Bill 151, at your last meeting, you took a position of opposition to this bill. At the time we presented it to you, the bill would have created a new joint development authority for North Fulton, shared among the North Fulton cities. Yesterday, the bill, so it passed out of the Senate, and yesterday it had a hearing in the House Intergovernmental Coordination Committee. In that hearing, the Speaker Pro Tem, Jan Jones, joined Senator Beach, who is the primary sponsor, and offered a pretty significant substitute bill. Her substitute does away with the Joint Development Authority. That is no longer in the bill at all. Instead, it provides a mechanism for North Fulton cities to opt out of allowing the Development Authority of Fulton County to operate in their city. It only provides that opportunity for cities north of Atlanta. And as if the cities do nothing, then both development authorities, and I think 3 of the cities in North Fulton do not have development authorities. So those that do could choose whether they want to allow both development authorities to continue doing business, or they could potentially opt out of having the Development Authority of Fulton County do business in their city. We've had some conversation. The Development Authority chairman, the board chairman, spoke out against the original bill. I also provided a comment to notify the committee that this board had opposed the original, but that you had not yet seen the substitute bill. I did share that with you all yesterday, and so if you have any feedback for us, either now or later, please let us know. It is, with the Speaker Pro Tem's support, the likelihood of passage is significant, but it does have to go back to the Senate for a hearing in their committee. And I'm just going to go through the rest, and then we can go through any questions. Next slide, please. There are a whole bunch of homestead exemption bills, and as you can see here, some are for I think, Fulton County schools. There's also one for Atlanta schools from Senator Estevez. The Speaker Pro Tem also has one for Fulton County schools. There are different, as you can see, different eligibilities. So these are all local bills, and as they typically will pass through the local consent calendar. Before these become effective, they then go to a referendum. I am not aware of any homestead exemption referendum that has failed. So it's very likely once it passes the General Assembly, it will become law and then would take effect next year. So these would be on the ballot for this year with municipal elections, and then would go into effect in 2026. Okay, thank you, Jasmine. Do you want to speak to that?
So the first one, House Bill 463, that's a statewide exemption. The reason why we included it is because each local government can decide whether or not they want to participate if it does pass by referendum. So the Board of Commissioners would pass a resolution that says that they want to allow this homestead exemption for volunteers who volunteer with local governments, and it's for ages 65 and years and older. So that'll be a statewide referendum in November 2026.
Thank you, Jasmine. Next slide, please. So Senate Bill 244, as you all have already discussed, passed unanimously out of the Senate on crossover day on March 6th. And yesterday it had a public hearing only. There was no vote taken in Representative Hong's committee of the House Judiciary Non-Civil Committee. And I don't know who comes up with these committee names, but they, again, Senator Beach presented the bill, and in response to questions from the committee members, he was very explicit about the specific case that I think was on his mind when he introduced this bill. And it was pointed out that Fulton County taxpayers, including constituents of Senate District 21, would be responsible for the cost, for bearing the cost of the awards if this were to play out, if this law were to go into effect, and if defendants in that specific case went to a judge who found that they could be reimbursed those reasonable attorney's fees, that Fulton County taxpayers would have to pay those costs. He did not speak to that specific, I guess, the concern specifically. He noted that he felt that the defendants had, in a case that has potentially been dismissed, he felt were owed that recompense after if the charges were dismissed and because a prosecutor was disqualified from the case. We have monitored. House Judiciary does not have another committee scheduled at this time, so we are continuing to monitor. We don't know when it will have a hearing. We presume that it will have a hearing that will go to a further vote. But I think House Judiciary and Senate Judiciary, obviously attorneys are watching that very carefully, and there are a number of legal questions that have been raised by this body today, in addition to the financial impact to counties. I do think it would be helpful for us, and what I heard really consensus on today, and Mr. Chairman would appreciate specific direction, but what I heard consensus from today during your discussion was about the source of payment for attorney's fees.
That's correct.
That there was consensus from this board that the source of that payment should be the state of Georgia and not a local government, because the district attorney is a state officer. Okay. I'm just seeking validation and confirmation that that is what I heard. And so with that consensus from this board, I think we can go back to the Capitol and share that feedback that while the board understands and stands against prosecutorial misconduct, again, there's some questions about whether that's fully spelled out in this bill. The issue is really about the source of payment, and then there's consensus among this board that that should not be the case. Anything you'd like to add?
Yes.
Would you like to take a vote to that effect?
You have the, go ahead.
Okay, Treasury of the State, thank you. All right, next slide, please. Wanted to mention this, Senate Bill 111, Georgia Consumer Privacy Protection Act. Our team, Mr. Chairman, don't go too far because this is about you. The team has been seeking an amendment to this bill that would include language about payment of ransoms to cyber criminals. And this is model language from the state of North Carolina. And I know Chairman Piss, this is one that you have been particularly interested in. That amendment, they were, one of the members of that committee hoped to make that amendment today. To our knowledge, that did not happen. They had some opposition from some of the committee members, and the bill sponsor did not consider it a friendly amendment. So not what we were hoping, but wanted to make you aware of that. Next slide, please. There we go. These are bills that did not cross over. Don't think we really need to go into them. Justice for Peanut and Fred was one of those. But there are a number of bills here. We are monitoring these to see if these bills come up as attachments to other bills, though, which is a common tactic. Next slide. Today is a committee workday. As you can see here on the slide, there are only a few more legislative days, and then Sine Die is on April 4th. So we will see you one more time before session ends. Before I exit stage left, I wanted to ask if you have any specific feedback that you would like for us to share at the Atlanta City Council. We do typically have a staff person at those committee meetings. I've shared with you Councilman Lewis's resolution. If you have anything specific you'd like for us to share during that committee meeting, we're glad to do that.
Now, we talked about that, and the manager, we'll be getting with you on that.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
Don't go away.
Okay.
Vice Chair, no?
Oh, do you like my presumptive close?
Just two comments.
Sure.
On the, and you said that our tax assessor and so forth and ACCG have been weighing in on this.
92 and
370.
yes.
Yeah, so are they expressing vociferously enough the problem with all this from a timing standpoint?
I spoke with Dr. Ferdinand on the tax bill issue specifically. I chatted with Dr. Ferdinand during lunch, and I think he has a plan to address the tax bills. On the...
Well, I guess what I'm asking is, I mean, I think we, them, collectively, county governments should be not necessarily opposed to what they may want to do going forward.
Right.
But we're in the tax year.
Yes.
This kind of legislation is problematic for every county to try to figure out. We're in the mix of, I mean, and soon we'll be almost be getting ready to prepare these. Should be thinking about how they should be prepared.
Right.
These types of unknowns, they do not give enough notifications to counties.
Agree.
In those pieces of it, we should be more vociferous around this to say, this is not acceptable. If you want to pass it, you know, going into for 2026 tax year, great. But I think that needs to be more vociferously pushed by ACCG and others.
Okay.
The time piece of it.
I agree. I think there is some very serious challenges in implementation. For the portions of implementation that require coding changes to the
Right.
tax system, I think there's also a concern that if we do it based on the status quo this year, and then the rules change for 2026, that will be sort of good money after bad. But I think the point about implementation is very well taken, and I think that's, the timing of that is
Or place the
we
cost
can
on
focus on.
implementation on these people that are opting out. I don't know, but anyway, it's all, you get what I'm saying.
yes, I do.
Because we're definitely running up, we're going to struggle independent of all of these changes to get stuff out the door, much less things that are retroactive. And then just another piece, just, I think, I'm not going to belabor the discussion on SB 244. This is somewhat like the way where the penalty comes from. If there could be further modifications to it, there needs to be teeth which punishes the perpetrating party. the way this is written is like punishing me for my neighbor 2 doors down behavior, right? Or my my grandparents paying for my speeding tickets as a kid or something, right? I mean, it's misplaced in terms of where the punishment for the bad behavior occurs. So.
Thank you for that.
All right, Commissioner Thorne.
I just wanted to speak briefly on the SB 151, the Joint Development Authority of North Fulton County. Did the Development Authority, are you familiar, did they hire a lobbyist?
My understanding is they've hired more than one lobbyist, yes.
Because I just had an issue. I understand hiring a lobbyist to fight the bill. I just have an issue with the transparency of the Development Authority. They met during our meeting at noon on 2 weeks ago, Wednesday, to decide on hiring lobbyists to oppose the bill. They didn't send out emails. Normally, we get emails with their agendas emailed to us. We did not get that. Instead, they hung paper notices on the building, which I'm sure nobody here saw. And then they funded the lobbyist up to $250,000, which is astronomical considering we pay $144,000 for all our bills for the year at the state. And then lastly, neither North Fulton appointee was able to attend that meeting, nor was the Fulton County Schools, Dr. Looney was able to attend. So that decision was made by appointees not in the North to decide to lobby against that bill. So I just want to state, I'm hoping moving forward in the future, if you want to gain the trust of the people of North Fulton, that we have adequate notice of meetings and participation in those meetings when you make big decisions like this. I know that's not your purview or anything, but I just wanted to state that that's what happened, and I'm hoping moving forward when we fight bills like this, that we have all people at the table making those decisions, whether they're for it or against it.
Good point.
Thank you, Commissioner Thorne. I was not aware of that, but thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chair, would you like to do the items on consent or continue with the discussion items?
We got more discussion?
Yes.
Yes, let's do.
Take the
Well,
items on
actually,
consent.
we can take the action items next, because I think people have to leave here shortly.
Okay, back on bottom of page 6 on the consent agenda. 250187, Library, request approval of a resolution to accept the renaming of the Storytime Room at the Alpharetta Library to Ben and Linda Statham Children's Storytime Room.
All right, a motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Is there a problem with that? Why was that removed? Because it's dealt with the library renaming?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
When the last library renaming came about, we committed
That's
to
fine.
bringing these
Got
to
it.
regular
Got
agenda.
it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Motion to adopt. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 250188, request approval of a resolution to accept the renaming of the East Point Library to the Patsy Joe Hilliard Library at East Point.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 15, 250221, discussion, Housing Authority of Fulton County litigation update, sponsored by Chairman
All
Pitts.
right, Madam County Attorney, what's the status of that?
So, to do a brief recap of the Housing Authority, if you will recall, in late 2023 to mid-2024, there was a slew of public comments regarding alleged issues, mismanagement, and alleged corruption at the Housing Authority of Fulton County, culminating in June and July of 2024 with 2 HUD notifications notifying the county and the Housing Authority of deficiencies, lack of compliance, and a potential for troubled designation based on noncompliance and a score of 0 of 135. In July, in response to the HUD communications, this board requested that the Housing Authority board members resign to make room for a new slate of members. All of the members of the Housing Authority complied with that request, with the exception of Antavius Weems and Lamar White. Therefore, on July 29th of 2024, this board held a public hearing to remove Antavius Weems and Lamar White. That hearing was held. Those 2 members were removed. A new slate of members, including Felicia Moore, Stephen Davis, Holly York, and Lauren Waits, were appointed to the Housing Authority on that date. Also on July 29th, Mr. Weems and Mr. White filed 2 lawsuits asking for judicial review of their removal, filing a motion for injunctive relief, and also a petition for declaratory judgment. In August of 2024, they amended their petition for review and asked for emergency amended review. Filed an emergency amended petition asking for immediate review. An emergency hearing was held on August 23rd. The Superior Court declined to grant emergency relief. On January 30th of 2025 and February 24th of 2025, the Superior Court then attempted to hold a hearing on Mr. Weems and Mr. White's petition in chief. Neither party appeared for either of the hearings. Therefore, on February 25th of 2025, the Superior Court issued an order dismissing both cases with prejudice, meaning that that is the final disposition of both of the cases.
That means it's over. Is that right in English, right?
If it is not appealed, it is
Okay.
over. We do not anticipate an appeal, given the fact that these individuals did not appear for 2 hearings.
Okay, and Commissioner, you have an appointment on that board. And by the way, that board is doing, I still believe that's one of our best boards yet. They had a groundbreaking a couple of days ago, and they're just doing an outstanding job on a new project in city of South Fulton for 30 to 60 affordable housing units. And we own more land, so that's probably another opportunity for us to continue to provide affordable housing that we get credit for. Next.
250222, discussion, City of Atlanta outstanding water bill, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
Madam CFO.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since we communicated last with the City of Atlanta in November of 2024 regarding our findings and analysis, we've not received anything back from them, nor does it appear that they have taken action that was requested on several accounts that we felt should be closed because they were for locations that we were no longer occupying. We have made multiple attempts to make contact with the individual that was identified as our contact person. I understand that they are currently working with the Atlanta Public School System to resolve the alleged outstanding balance that the Atlanta Public School System was presented with, and that their intention is to work with the county's information once they've completed that. They indicated that might come at the end of this month, beginning of next month.
That's the latest.
That's the
But
latest.
still not resolved. All right, anything else? All right, any other matters? All right, no further business today. We are adjourned. Thank you.
For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.